My name is Ernest Yawanim, Member of Parliament and a member
Benjamin Techi Antiedu, Clerk to the Committee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Samuel Atamils, MP for Commander
Edina Iguafo Abrem. I'm the ranking member of Public Accounts Committee, but I'm presiding today. Thank you.
I'm Frederick Yao.
My name is Abna Osei-Asare, Member of Parliament for Etiwa East, and the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament.
My name is Godfrey Seidu.
May we have the auditors introduce themselves?
I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Alexander Kumson, Assistant Auditor General with the Audit Service team. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Ado, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Good morning. My name is Augustine Boating, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Amon Nda Joseph, Senior Assistant Clerk at the Finance Cluster.
Okay, may we start with Joaboso? Is Joaboso here? Okay, please come forward. And the clerk will administer the oath, please.
I, Godfrey Bamba.
Do in the name of Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee
Touching the matter in issue.
touching the matter in issue
Shall be the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
My name is Yusuf T.F. Canton, the District Finance Officer, Joaboso.
Honorable Chair, my name is Alexander Eduquist, DC Joaboso.
Honorable, my name is Godfrey K. Bamba Banonoma, Coordinating Director.
My name is Idrisu Imoro, the Internal Auditor.
Okay. There's a common fund rep over here. Clerk, at the same time that we are swearing in the common fund clerk, let's swear in the representatives of Jasper, Zoomlion people.
Your mic, turn on your mic. So we start. So we start.
Aye. Francis Dent.
Cynthia Dadadru.
Do in the name of the
Almighty God swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
All right. Joaboso, we'll start with you. And your first infraction is on district assembly, accounts of district assembly, and we'll start with Honorable Frankia Ahinkwa.
It's on paragraph 591. Frederick, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction is on uncollected revenue. Your outfit failed to collect revenue to a tune of 126,000 Ghana cedis from these various institutions, and then from these institutions. I want to ask what necessitated this, or what was the cause for your inability to collect these monies?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. The cause was as a result of some of them not being able to pay. However, we were able to put in strategies that indeed enable us to collect about 81,835.88. Those that were not able to collect, indeed, there are businesses that are followed up. The first amount that we were able to collect, that was verified by the district auditor, was 24,960.
Then the second recovery that we made was 56,875.88. And this represents 64% collection, as against 126,000.
So which specific institutions have folded up?
In fact, some of them, most of them are these cocoa sheds. You know, and then some of them too are this minor, they are into minor businesses that we always issue a BOP to collect. We went into the fold and realized that most of them are folded up, and that accounted for the difference.
Which of them? Can you walk us through those companies? You should have the list. So let us know those companies you are talking about.
Madam Chair, I might not be able to mention all, but we have some of them are into minor businesses.
Honorable DC, we want specifics. You were cited per the report. It says 154 property owners, cocoa buying companies, and corporate organizations.
Yes, please.
So my colleague is asking, which businesses are you claiming they have folded up?
They are cocoa businesses, please.
So specific ones. That is what he asked you.
We're talking about the PBC.
Because the
PBC
property
companies.
rates were given to specific companies.
Yes, please.
Yes, so share with us those companies, corporate organizations, and properties that you think have folded up. And so,
Madam Chair, there are PBC companies, and then this minor company that has to do with some of them are into what's the name, hairdressing and all those things.
so can you give us the specifics?
We want the
companies.
specifics. You say they are petty.
That's what we are
but the
asking.
petty they have
Specific,
names.
yes.
So the petty.
How were they identified to that number 154?
We had a data. We had a data.
The revenue data, and that was how they were identified. But
revenue data entails what is there? They have names.
These
entities have names.
Yes, respectfully.
So
I might not be able to provide the names right now.
Then how did you generate the data that you have 154 institutions that are indebted to the assembly? If you don't have the names, then how did you come out with those institutions?
Madam Chair, as I speak, I don't have the list here. I only have the collection, what has been collected.
Honorable member. So his is 129.
We have it in the
institutions. His is 129. The 154 is for the two. But sir.
Yes, please.
Yes, 129 institutions. And
yes,
we are saying that these 129 institutions, they are more or less like human beings. You can count them. So which of them paid, which of them did not pay? This is what we want, whether they have folded up or not. We want to know.
Okay.
You were coming to face the Public Accounts Committee.
Yes, please.
And you should know these are the very things we ask from you.
About 70 institutions has paid, 70 out of the list.
So which are the 70 and which are the ones that we want you to mention the names? These institutions have names.
Madam Chair, I might not be able to mention the names, sir. But
why?
The list, because I don't have the list here.
Hello.
Yes, please. No.
I can make it easier for you.
Okay.
You pay the amount of money, and then you go and look for those people.
Yes, please.
So you pay the 126,000, and you pay from your own pocket, and then you go and find out those people who owe the assembly.
Madam Chair,
I'm a man, sir. I'm the one chairing, please.
Honorable, I'm saying that we have been able to collect 64%.
It doesn't matter. Who are those who haven't paid?
I have the list not here, sir. I'll be able to provide that to the auditor for verification.
Then go and come back tomorrow when you are prepared to answer our questions. Okay? You knew you were coming here. You knew that you owed 126,000.
Yes, please.
Some have paid. Some haven't paid.
Yes, please.
Then you come and sit here.
No, I have the list. I will.
Where is the list?
I'll make it available, sir.
And so you go and then you come because other people are waiting.
It's here, sir. I'll make it available.
Yes.
No, it's in the car. Yes, please.
Sir, let me remind you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Let me remind you that you've taken an oath.
Yes, please.
Let me remind you that some of us have been doing this for over 10 years.
Yes, please.
We are very experienced questioning people.
Yes, please.
And you are not the only district for us to question. Now, just to let you know, you are live on Facebook. The whole country is watching you. You are live on parliamentary TV. You are live on so many other social media stuff. You are the coordinating director, right?
No, I'm the finance officer.
Finance officer?
Yes, please.
And now you are telling the whole world that you don't know what you are doing. People owe you 126,000. Some have paid, some haven't paid. Who are those who haven't paid? Are you trying to cover up for somebody?
No, sir.
Now you have the list, right?
I will have to visit the...
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
When I asked him of the data, he said that he can retrieve it from his car. So I will plead that the
he can retrieve it from his car.
Yeah, the documents
are there. Okay, then all of you stand aside. Let's call the next one. When you are ready, we'll come back and then get you.
So, Mr. Chair, my plea is that since we have a lot of issues, if we can address it and we provide that one, that's a plea. Since our issues are many, we can respond to the others and we make provision for the list. With all due respect.
We are not playing here. We'll come back to this. You give us the list.
We are grateful, sir.
Your next infraction is on paragraph 643. Your next infraction is paragraph 595 again. And Honorable Akwesi Kunedo will handle that one.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, this question has to do with insufficient revenue collection. And first, Director, I think you are in charge of the payment of remuneration for these revenue collectors. Are you in charge of the payment of remuneration for the collectors of revenue in your district?
Honorable, I'm the finance officer.
The finance officer?
Yes,
okay,
please.
Good. So what is the basis upon which you pay revenue collectors in your district? Because here, I asked this question on this background, that you paid in excess of 124,000 as against the amount of revenue that they collected. So even the amount that they collected was not sufficient for the revenue collectors' remuneration. So what is the basis upon which you pay them? Are they paid on commission basis or they are mechanized revenue collectors?
Honorable, they are mechanized revenue collectors.
Therefore, you have in excess of that the number that you need, because you know why. They are mechanized and you pay them a standard rate at the end of the month. And the collection that they do, for instance, let's take Sikra. You paid her 38,000 while she was only able to collect 7,000. The next person, you paid that person 39,000, the person collected 10,000. That is Nkrumah Millicent. And then Stephen Ansah, you paid him 41,000, he collected 9,000. You have Ajiman, Rosemary, 38,000, and she collected 6,007. On what basis can you justify? Is it that you have more revenue collectors than the revenue collection areas or points that you do have?
Honorable, in fact, we identified some loopholes within the systems, and targets per the recommendation of the audit service. We set targets. Management made and set targets for the revenue collectors, and what even accounted for most of the issues has to do with some of them has overstayed at other places. So swiftly, we have to rotate them. And indeed, when we did the rotation in 2025, we saw an increase in revenue, a tremendous improvement. So there have now been targets have been set for them, and then we promise them that if you are not able to meet your targets, in fact, the right sanctions shall be taken against you. So,
first and foremost, I ask a simple question. Is it that you have in excess of the revenue collectors as against the revenue point? That you did not answer. But in any way, you said you identified loopholes. Yes, what were the loopholes, in addition to the first question that I asked?
We realized that some of the revenue collectors have overstayed at certain places. And as a result, there's that kind of familiarity threat. So as management, swiftly, we decided to rotate them. And indeed, when we did that, we saw that there was improvement in the revenue generation. We also realized that there were some of the places that, looking at their number, they were not able to reach. So, per the wisdom of the DCE, we were able to employ some of the commission collectors in this 2026. And indeed, there's improvement, a tremendous improvement, of course, considering the performance that I have in hand currently.
That obviously cannot be a fact. First and foremost, this is my question. You actually do not answer the first one, no problem. But the second one, you do not even answer the loophole matter that you yourself raised. Because the point is this: if you are telling me there were loopholes and people have overstayed where they used to be, is it that there was connivance with the collectors and those individuals who ought to pay? Or is it that the revenue collectors were siphoning money when you had those loopholes and you identify it?
Honorable, because of the overstay, there's that familiarity threat. That has to do with...
So they were not collecting?
Yes, please. Because I'm free with you, and then that familiarity, when I come, you will talk and then I'll go. So that is what is happening. That is what we identified.
When did you identify that? Because you see, so all the meantime, you were not setting targets for them.
In fact, we have been setting targets, but revenue generation is a process.
Please.
Yes, please.
Once you set targets, you have timelines to the target, either quarterly, monthly, or half yearly. So when you do not meet your first target, that you set in the year, because you obviously cannot tell me it's a process, so you'd wait up until the last day, say the 31st of December, before you go and do a review of what they did. So whilst they were collecting, they were bringing, and they were not meeting the target, what did you do? Up until this is a final report that was given by the auditors. It is not somewhere within intermediate report. This is the final report for a year. So within the year that you set the target, when they were not meeting, what did you do? When you realized that they were familiar with the people? Because now you said you've employed more people in addition to them. We are only compounding the problem.
Yes, Honorable, the fact is that those two revenue collectors, during the period that the infraction occurred, one was a lactating mother, and then the other one too was quite ill. So that accounted for their performance. However, as management, we want to see ways that we can put in place to increase our revenue. So some of the areas that were untapped, we realized that we needed to employ more revenue collectors. And I said that we have a task force collection, and if you look at our performance, we are not doing bad, Honorable. Those two revenue collectors, indeed, it was because of their...
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I assume office on the 9th of April.
Yes, sir.
When I assumed office, I called for the books. So when I looked through, I realized that what has brought us before this committee.
Please, are you the DC?
Yes.
Okay.
What has brought us before this committee, we needed to do something about it so that in our next coming, I hope that we will not even come at all. When I saw the books, I realized that we needed to do something. And quickly, management met. I asked a lot of questions, a lot of answers were given. Then it called for a new strategy to be adopted. Upon the question that the honorable member asked, I saw that after the briefing, the seriousness was very low. And in addition to what my FO said was true, there were some of the people, one of them, a lady, he had given birth and the collection was not all that okay. So what do we need to do then? Quickly, we exchanged them in terms of their positions, and target was also given to them. That is in 2025. In order that if they are not able to meet it, then if we have to write, since they are paying from Accra, when I say Accra, they are paying from Controller and Accountant General, and we don't have control as a district as to when to pay them and when not to pay them. But I can report, though that report is not before you, that intervention has yielded a lot of results. Those names mentioned, that target that was given to them, they have all exceeded those targets as at 2025. So, Mr. Chair, it's true, I would term it as they were not serious at that time. And in addition to that, property rate and other areas that we needed to collect, they were not tapped. So how do we tap those places? Mr. Chair, as the honorable member said, we are not compounding the problem, but rather whatever measure we have put in place in employing more collectors. I have a certain belief that I don't believe in permanent collectors. Because if the person is paid from Accra, whether he collects or not, since you don't have control over the payment of the person's salary, at the end of the month, the salary will come. But if you employ commission collectors, you have control over them. And moreover, the amount you collect determines the percentage being paid to you. And we managed to recruit about 12 of them, Mr. Chairman. As a result of that.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. This you can reserve for your officers at the district. You are a political appointee. Those of you who are political appointees, listen to these experienced technocrats who are giving us cookie-cut answers. Did you realize these people were not performing before or after the auditors came? Finance officer.
Mr. Chair, we have checks that we have been doing. We have monthly checks,
sir,
and weekly checks.
I just asked you a question.
Yes, please.
This is a free
yes.
SHS question.
Yes, sir.
Did you realize it before or after the auditors came?
I realized it before they came.
And what did you do before that? When did you realize that? What year? What month?
I realized it when that was 2025, around July.
Look, this is a 2024 report.
Sorry. So in July, I called for the books to see where we are not doing well. As a new person in the place, that is what I'm supposed to do. So I realized that some of them are not doing well. There are even instances where I go into the market myself to observe and see what strategies I can put in place, at least to help the system. So I realized that the two officers I mentioned, one was almost due to give birth, and the other woman too was sick. So what we did was that there's one of the revenue collectors that I made her to be assistant at the market. However, that wasn't enough until the auditors came. No.
Okay, now the DC tells us that they are collecting more than they are paying. Isn't that so? Because another report will come.
Yes, sir. I'm very confident.
And we'll come back.
And Mr. Chair, I know we will not appear.
Mr. DFO or MFO, you see, it is not always proper to come and sit here and use a pregnancy as an excuse. It doesn't sit well with a lot of us here. She's an employee. She's working. The fact that she's pregnant doesn't mean she's not supposed to do what is expected of her. So please, let's not use that as an excuse. It's not right, it's not proper. Unless the person doesn't come to the office at all and then you explain, but oh, she was about to give birth. What has that got to do with collection of revenue? So please.
Madam Chair, thank you.
I'm happy the DC says they have found ways to improve upon the revenue collection. But let's not use pregnancy issues about women and nursing mother this to explain your infractions. Because I don't think, this is how we want to be represented. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let's move to the next infraction. Is on paragraph 643. And this is on abandoned vehicles. Hey, Joaboso. You have 6 vehicles that have been abandoned. What has happened to these vehicles now?
Honorable, a board of survey has been formed to indeed look at the serviceable and unserviceable vehicles. We were able to work on 2 vehicles, and then the rest we have written, per the recommendation of the board of survey, we have written to the chief of staff, waiting for a direction for them to be auctioned.
Have you checked the rules on how to auction these vehicles? You know that there was a Supreme Court ruling that you don't have to write to the chief of staff anymore. Or you are not familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that, sir.
Oh, sir. You need to, if you are doing the job, keep yourself updated on how these things need to be done. So 2024 report, which vehicles have you fixed?
We have fixed Nissan 4x4, the 2 Nissan pickups.
You fixed the two Nissan pickups?
Yes, please. The rest.
Okay. What about the Ford Everest?
No.
What about the farm truck?
No, sir.
Then the grader?
No, Honorable. Yeah, and service server.
So when you wrote to the chief, when did you write to the chief of staff?
That was on the 8th of January 2025.
April 2025?
Yes, please. January, 8th January 2025.
8th January?
Yes, please.
2025?
Yes, please.
And what month are we in right now?
We are in April 2026.
Have you had any response from the chief of staff?
No, sir.
Did you show this letter to the auditors when they came?
Yes, please.
Auditors, respectfully, did you see the letter dated 8th of January 2025 requesting from the chief of staff permission to dispose these vehicles?
Honorable Chair, we have not cited that letter. And indeed, regarding the status of the issue, we only know of GV 1876W. Is that the Nissan Navara? Yeah, that is the only one we know has been given to a new mechanic to work on. With the status regarding the other cars, we can't say anything about. We don't have any status to that effect.
Chair, let me come in. MFO, you said you wrote this letter 2025. Is that not so?
Yes, please.
This report is talking about 2024 report. So there is no way you show that letter to auditors.
The audit was done in the first quarter of 2025, so that's why I asked. The audit for 2024 is usually done in the first quarter of 2025. Yes. So that if you wrote the letter in January and the auditors came around that time, why did you not show? Can you let the auditors see a copy of that letter and the dates on that letter? Because if this was the letter you had on you when the auditors came, I don't think the auditors would have cited you for this infraction in the report. Okay. Can we see the letter?
Yes, please.
Can you pass it on to the auditors?
And then MFO, what is wrong with the grader? What was wrong with the grader?
It's completely down. It's cannibalized.
When you say it's completely down, what is it? I want to know.
In fact, I don't know the better way to use, but it's just down completely. The engine has been removed. The engine is dismantled. The ties, no ties. It can't just move.
Engine removed by who? You said the engine has been removed by who?
Madam Chair, that is the state I met when I came to the district. I don't know much.
There were other people before you, and if it had been your own property, would you have said, I don't know much? When I came, the engine was off, so that is okay. It's completely down. No. You have to write to chief of staff to write it off or to allow us to sell it.
Madam Chair, yes. In fact, what I was told, I asked, but because I am not the coordinator, I cannot speak much to that. They said
so, is the coordinating director here?
Yes, please. They said
can the coordinating director speak to it respectfully? Because the MFO says because he's not the coordinating director, he cannot speak to it. So respectfully, if he can speak to it, MFO, please turn off your mic. So,
Honorable Chair, I think I'm actually the newest amongst them. In fact, I went there this year, so it's really difficult to really give very detailed.
But sir, it's also unfair to the people of Ghana because there's continuity in government. If you come and sit here and say, I'm the newest person, but you knew you had been cited for these infractions, where you could go back and find out the status and what's really transpired for, even for the auditors to even cite you for these infractions. It didn't bother you. You were coming here. What were you coming to tell us? That the only thing is that you are the newest coordinating director here, so we should take it like that and allow it to stand as it is?
No, please. Honorable Chair, I actually found out, but that particular grader had been parked for, I'm told, for over 15 years, with nothing else he has indicated on it. So most of the officers could not really, give adequate information as to how
the auditors,
we got to that
can
stage.
you verify what the coordinating director just said, that the grader had been parked for over 15 years?
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, would you leave the district auditor is here? I would like him to speak on the matter. Sit.
On this issue regarding the vehicles, in actual fact, we have no idea about it being left over there for the past 15 years. This is the first time actually we are hearing that.
You see, this grader was registered in 2009.
15 years.
2009. And this machine you claim has been broken down for 15 years. So from 2009 to 2024, how many years are we talking about? 16. So the very first year that they used it, it broke down.
The engine got removed.
Finance officer, before you speak, I'm concerned. And let me tell you my concerns. You told us that the vehicles, the two hard bodies, they've been fixed. The auditors don't have record of it being fixed and being used. I asked you about the Ford Everest. You said it's one of those vehicles that have been broken down, and the tender, whatever committee is, you've written a letter to the chief of staff. But the auditors have a record that you have sent it to a new mechanic, which is being fixed. So that letter that you've written to the chief of staff, have you amended it to exclude this one? Do you have a copy of the letter that you wrote to the chief of staff?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
With regards to the vehicles, as I indicated, I assume office April 9th. When I saw it in the books, we had a meeting to look one after the other, which one is serviceable and which one is not serviceable. So, as we speak, one pickup service being used, what I came to meet.
Which pickup is that?
In fact, it's a Nissan hard body.
Yeah, you have two of them.
Okay.
One with the registration number GV83-S. Another one is GN 8101-12.
In fact, I don't have the numbers offhand, but one has been serviced and being used.
Okay.
It's even being used by our physical planning unit and the engineers.
Okay. Your finance person said two.
Yes. And there's another one, the 4x4. 4x4. Nissan, that one too has been worked on. We brought it to Kumasi, has been worked on and is being used as we speak. So since I came to the office, there are two vehicles that we have spent on. The other ones in question, when we brought the mechanics, the report they gave to me, as in the management, we realized that putting in money to service those cars, when the auditor even come and we even tell him this is how much we have spent on it, I think we will still come back here. So when I was briefed that a letter has been written, we're waiting for a response as to the action to take, since we are not of our own. So in respect of the vehicles, yes, two has been worked on. The other ones, very difficult to service.
But the auditors just confirmed that the Ford is currently at the mechanic, meaning that you are servicing it, or that is the parking place of the Ford vehicle.
That one is not being serviced.
It's not being serviced.
It's part of those ones that are just...
But they are parked at the mechanic.
In fact, yes.
Why?
Because it's not movable, very difficult.
So when the auditors came and they came to check on your vehicles, was it parked at the mechanic?
In fact, yes, because as far as I'm concerned, that car is not parked at the assembly.
The auditors, can you please confirm whether you met all the vehicles, especially for this particular one, are they parked at the mechanic?
Yes, please.
So my question is, so those cars that you are in a process wanted to, so are people going to buy? They're not going to fix it. Are they going to do when you are auctioning? People who buy the car, are they not going to fix it?
Mr. Chair, since we are managing public funds and it's not our personal money, I think that yes, somebody can buy and decide to fix it in his own way. But in utilizing government money, we need to follow the protocols. At least if a response comes and another assessment is being made and a recommendation comes that no, these two, you can work on it regardless of the amount you spend on. We are always guided that the auditors will come. So we need to do what is right. So not that it can be fixed at all, but we want to follow the protocols, Mr. Chair.
Auditors, you want to make a comment about the letter?
Yes, Honorable Chair. So
yes,
sir. The letter handed over to
during the audit process, we have what we call the observation. They always come out with the observations.
Yes.
So it was this period that we quickly have to respond to the audit issues.
Listen to yourself.
Yes, we
listen to yourself. You wrote a letter to the Chief of Staff on the 8th. The Board of Survey hadn't been set up yet. You set up this Board of Survey on the 22nd. Master.
Let us see the letter.
Madam Chair, I believe there's an error in the dating. That is what because what I want I'm saying that.
So you see, when I asked you, did you show this letter to the auditors when they came? Because clearly, if they had seen, you had shown this letter to them, they would have pointed things out to you.
Okay,
Maybe there was never, the letter wasn't there, you just cooked it up. That is why you are saying that now you are admitting that there's an error in the date. Because clearly, if you had this letter and the auditors have cited you for this, and you go through the exit interview with them, and you refuse to show them this letter, even though you have been cited for this infraction, you refuse to show them this letter, and then 1 year, 3 months, you come and tell the whole world that you wrote a letter to the Chief of Staff asking for permission to dispose of these vehicles, and the Chief of Staff hasn't responded. Do you think it's proper, say?
Madam Chair, we have taken note of that.
It is not a matter of you have taken note of that. You come here and you tell the whole world you wrote a letter in January, and to date, you haven't heard anything from the Chief of Staff. I asked you to show the letter to the auditors for confirmation.
Yeah.
And the auditors are saying, this cannot be.
Okay.
MFO, you took an oath this morning.
Madam, that is what the letter indicates. So I believe I am not the originator of the letter. The administrators.
Honorable DC, did you take a look at the letter before coming here?
In fact,
Can you turn off?
yes, but as in the Board of Survey 10, I wouldn't say that I'm not part, but I didn't know the timelines as to when it should be set up before what. So that technical question I couldn't ask, but I cited
Then,
the
Honorable
letter.
DC, your technical people have failed you. Clearly. Because you are the political appointee and the technical people are supposed to advise you on the processes. Auditors, can you please take us through the process so that for the benefit of those who are here and don't know how to go through a process to dispose of a vehicle?
Yes, Honorable Chair. So after their own inspection, they may have to trigger the formation of the Board of Survey. Now they will come out with their report, and based on that report, they would stand on that to go ahead and dispose. Hitherto, they would have sought for permission from the Chief of Staff, but it is no more a process that they have to follow. They can go ahead and dispose the vehicle. It's a very simple process. Thank you.
So, DFO, how long have you been in the system? How long have you been, MFO, sorry, a staff of Controller and Accountant General?
A staff of Controller and Accountant General. I've been 18 years.
18 years?
Yes, please.
And you don't know the process to follow when you are disposing of a vehicle? Such that, yes, please.
Madam Chair, the process that I know is that a Board of Survey has to be formed, and when it is formed, they will look at the serviceable and unserviceable vehicles and recommend as to what to do. So based on the recommendation, then you will write to the Chief of Staff for an action to be taken. This is the process that I know. However,
So that when new ways, reforms are brought into our public financial management system, because you know of the old one, you are not willing and ready to adapt to the new changes that will make things more efficient for all of us.
Madam Chair, I'm willing. I'm ever willing to. However, in fact, this particular one, I think it's escaped me because I
Honorable
never knew there were
DC,
amendments.
you have a lot on your plate. You need to watch your back because your technical people have let you down. And you have also let yourself down because you should have gone the extra mile of really reading into that letter that was given to you before, appearing before Public Accounts Committee and tendering it in as evidence that you have written to the Chief of Staff. So you have done your part and you are waiting for the Chief of Staff, who for 1 year and 4 months has refused to respond to your letter.
Mr. Chair, we are new on the chair, so I take this as a learning process. So I will take note of that.
How long have you been the DC?
I assumed office on the 9th of April last year.
Oh, my brother. Over a year. And you are behaving as if you were just given the position yesterday.
No, madam. Since the administration entails a lot, and I will not say that I have not learned anything, I've learned a lot. But I'm not fully up to where I needed to get to.
This one was just lack of proper scrutiny. It has nothing to do with the learning process. Lack of proper scrutiny, because if you had scrutinized that letter, that's why I asked that, can you hand it over to the auditors for the auditors to verify? Because there's no way a letter will go to the Chief of Staff for 1 year, 3 months, and there will be no response. I know, and things don't work that way. That's why I asked that you give it to the auditors to confirm. So it was lack of proper scrutiny, and I hope that moving forward, you get the opportunity to scrutinize things very well for your own education and also for the education of the position in which you find yourself in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm guided.
Chair, I just want to bring this to the floor because the tendency of various district assemblies having graders and then abandoning the graders and then they don't take good care of it is costing this country a lot. And we have seen it in so many assemblies. They abandon the graders. What is the issue? Or the assembly are not capable of handling graders in future so that we take certain decisions in the future. It's so bad.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In connection with the process, I just want to add a bit. Previously, you needed to, if it has to do with vehicles, you needed to write to the Chief of Staff. Then when the PFM Act 2016 came to being, then the authority shifted to the Ministry for Finance, the Minister for Finance. So if you want to dispose of a vehicle, you need approval from the Minister for Finance before you can do that. Then the Public Procurement Act prescribed the process for dealing with disposal of vehicles. And for that matter, when you are satisfied with the Board of Survey report, what you do is to write and get an auctioneer. You advertise to get an auctioneer. Then the auctioneer will go through the process to dispose of the vehicles. So you can't sit down in the comfort of your office and decide that because there's a recommendation in the Board of Survey report that we should dispose of vehicles, you just go ahead and allocate vehicles to people and take money. You need an auctioneer to carry out that assignment. So, Mr. Chairman, this is what I wanted to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just to remind the auditees, this committee has the powers of a high court. And when you come to lie to us, that is perjury. Think about it for a minute. Let's go to this Assembly Common Fund, and Joaboso, your infraction is on paragraph 721, and Dr. Jassau will handle that one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Come with me to paragraph 721. The infraction is on abandoned and delayed projects. There are a number of districts in your region that have this infraction. Joaboso district, you have a number of projects. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 of them. And there have been several months of delay on each of them. One of them 24 months, one as high as 264 months. And as you know, these delays lead to cost overruns that may offload money that would have otherwise been used for other equally important development work to these cost overruns. Can you tell us why the delay and why you have not attended to these projects?
Mr. Chairman, it's true on the report that we have delayed and abandoned project 6, but I met more than 6. More than that. Thankfully, when the Common Fund issued the guidelines of how we should spend the money, there was a component for completion of legacy projects. So all these ones forms under the legacy project. We had our first release of the Common Fund around July last year. So we began the process of looking at those abandoned projects. So as we speak, in 2025, we were able to complete 3 of them. They are all 6 unit classrooms with ancillary facilities. One is at Eteso, another one Dominable, and another one Benchama. In the coming weeks, since we wait for the release of the money because we want to follow due process, in order not to rush in awarding.
DC, the report doesn't tell us the name of the communities. Could you tell us the specific projects that have been completed?
It's 6 unit classroom blocks. That's why I said there were more than the 6. 6 unit classroom block at Eteso.
So you see, we are dealing with the 2024 audit report. And in that report, it cites 6 specific ones. So I'm interested in whether these 6 specific ones have been tackled or not. And if you have, which specific ones have you tackled?
In fact, they are all listed under our legacy projects. So we started with the amount
Honorable DC, please, do you have a copy of the reports?
Yes.
So when you look at the report, it says renovation of one number 6 unit classroom block, contractor, Kiafi Ventures. There's another one, contractor, Muslivin, Muslivin. So that's what he's saying. We don't have it according to the names of the towns. So that if you can speak to it as has been prescribed in the Auditor General's reports, then we'll know which ones have been completed. That's what he means by what he said.
Okay. In fact, the ones that are completed, I don't find them in the list. No, that's why I began by saying we have a lot of abandoned projects.
Sir, auditors.
But, okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Auditors,
Honorable
could
DC.
you help us out?
Mr. Chair, just one second. Honorable DC, do you know these 6 listed projects? Do you know them? Yes. So can you tell us what's the status of these 6 projects now, as of today?
In fact, Yajem is part of the one year to be advertised. Yajem is here.
Madam Chair.
Please, the clerk, can someone come and pick my reports and show to the DC and the MC
Madam
and
Chair.
team? Because what
Madam
they
Chair.
have in front of them is different from the reports the Auditor General generated for this. So maybe just hold on. Let me bring you my reports, and then we can be on the same page.
Let me mention it.
Let him bring it so that.
I'll handle that. Let me.
We don't have job
And you realize that these projects are actually almost completed.
Yes.
80, the lowest is 56%. The rest are over 80% completed. So it's surprising that we don't appear to know about them.
Okay. Madam Chair, completion of one number 6 unit class bloom block and auxiliary facility. That one has been completed.
No, we have a number of that. Which of the...
I'm mentioning them individually. There are 3 projects that has been completed, but I want to mention them individually so that you can cross-check from your side.
No, mentioned by the names of the contractors as has been listed in the report, we can clear.
We have Glow Vision.
Glow Vision, okay.
Glow Vision. That project has been completed and is in use under the legacy projects. We also have Sparks M Ghana Limited. That one too has been completed and commissioned. Then we have JO Construction. This one has been captured under the 2026 budget, yet to be awarded. Then we have MS Glow Vision Investment Limited. This one has also been captured under the 2026.
Sorry, MS what?
MS Glow Vision. Investment.
Okay, so we have Glow Vision. Yeah, we have Glow Vision Investment. Is that the same? Glow Vision Investment Limited.
There are two. Yes, please.
Yes, that's right. Glow Vision Investment, that's right.
We also have Kiafi Ventures.
Yeah, okay.
Kiafi Ventures. That one too is yet to be awarded under the legacy.
How many have been done?
So two have been completed, right? So is it correct that 2 out of this have been completed and 2 are yet to be awarded?
2 has been completed here.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
So the rest are to be captured under the 2026 budget.
Okay.
Madam Chair, what I added was not captured here. So it's not like we relied under oath. That one was not captured here. So it's technically 3. But that one was not captured as part of the report.
So it's actually 2 that you have completed from the report.
Yes, but there are another one that
so
was
that
also
is
completed.
why it's important that we are all on the same page. This is the reports the auditors have cited you for. That's why I want us to speak to this particular report, and then you can update us on the other things that you have done.
Thank you, Madam.
Should I let you keep it, or I should?
In fact, I'll be glad if it will be given to me.
No.
You can't have my personal copy. I'll give you another one.
Madam, there's another one, Honorable Chair. Fund. Have you made any efforts to have that? That's been delayed by 48 months as of 31st December 2024, and it's 80.
A number of visits has been made to the office, and document has also been sent to them, since we cannot complete it with our funds. And as I said earlier, it's even more than the one. If you go to our senior high schools, we have a number of projects that are also abandoned. So we added all of them together and presented to get funds. So we have made a step. What we were told that there's re-evaluation because the project has delayed. So they are working on it. So we are yet to have a response from them. In fact, they also made us aware that the contractors working on it, if we can help them out. So we send some of the contractors to the place for them to be aware that these are the contractors working on the project. So a step has been made, Mr. Chair.
Who's your MP?
Honorable Kwabena Minta Akano. In fact, one of the visits to the place, I went with him.
So he's aware of all these?
In fact, yes. We went to follow up at Get Fund.
Okay. All right. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, that will be all.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the next one. It's on paragraph 736, and Honorable Ms. Bao Adams will handle that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dwaboso, Section 52, subsection 7A of the PFM Act 2016, Act 921 states, a principal spending officer shall account for government stores by making sure that public goods are consumed in the course of public business and records are made available. But during the year under review, an amount of 202,205 Ghana cedi was spent on fuel and transportation of election materials without any evidence of accountability, such as recording in the vehicle logbooks and receipts. Could you kindly explain to the committee what action you have taken to remedy this infraction?
Mr. Honorable Chair, the infraction has been duly accounted for and very.
What do you mean by it's been accounted for?
Mr. Honorable, the necessary documentations to that effect had been submitted to the audit service and verified.
What, transportation on election day? Which one? One more time, please.
There were two issues that was combined.
Yes.
One has to do with the logistics that were given to our stakeholders during the elections period. And then so we provided logbooks. Logbooks were provided, and per the audit, there were no recommended logbooks, which we were asked to provide the recommended logbooks. This has been done and verified by the audit service.
Where do you get the logbooks?
Ideally, the logbooks, the vehicles were supposed to come with the logbooks.
It didn't come.
Yes.
So
please.
where do you get logbooks?
The logbooks that we provided, what we bought from the market, were not per the audit recommendation, were not the recommended logbooks. So we were asked to provide the recommended logbooks.
Sir, you see, you made 28 purchases, totaling 159,000 Ghana cedis.
Yes, please.
And you didn't have the required logbooks. My question to you, where do you get the required logbooks? Can we buy them from the bookstore? Do we have to get it from the ministry? Or we have to pass an act of Congress or Parliament for you to get the logbooks? Where do you get them from?
From the market, sir.
You can get the logbooks from the market?
Yes, please.
And we couldn't go to the market to buy the right logbooks?
Honorable, what we had, what we provided, recommended ones. So quickly, what they recommended was what we bought and transferred the information.
So what's the difference between what you bought and the recommended one? What were the items or requirements that were missing in yours that necessitated the auditors to say that yours was not the required one?
One issue that was identified was the kilometric. The kilometric. What's the name? Yes, please. Yes, please. There were two. What we bought, finished, and then the fuel consumed. So that was what they recommended for us to buy.
What did you have, please?
What we had, the other one was not there. What's the name? The fuel, the amount of fuel consumed wasn't there. So that was what happened.
But sir,
the fact is that we had a tally card at the fuel stations to justify our expenditure. However, the problem has to do with the logbook, which
Sir, you had a copy of the proper logbook somewhere for some of your vehicles, didn't you?
In fact,
do you have any other vehicles at the assembly apart from the drip machines?
Yes, please.
Do they have logbooks in them?
They have logbooks. Sir.
So that copy of that logbook that you had out there, you could just go to the store and look for a copy of that one and buy for the drip machines. Isn't that so?
Yes, sir.
Sir, this is negligence. This is just pure negligence.
In fact,
go through this book. How many districts do we have? How many districts do we have? About 260.
Yes, please.
How come you are one of the very few ones who couldn't account for the drip machine fuels? Why?
Yes, Jabos, did you look at the recommendation of the Auditor General? So in this case, finding receipts and then logbooks later to finish the audit, that amount is refunded. It's refunded to the state by the district coordinating director and the finance officer. And that was the recommendation.
You see, and
MFO. Yeah. My colleague asked you a question,
Madam Chair,
and you are not responding.
Madam, I've seen the recommendation, but after the audit, immediately we were able to provide the necessary documentations, and the auditor verified the documents. It was verified.
Look, the logbook is supposed to tell you the distance that you traveled. Isn't that so?
Yes, please.
Now, fuel that you bought, can you remember how many kilometers that you drove last week with any of the vehicles you have?
No, please, unless I check the records.
So how can you come back and say that after months, 28 purchases, totaling 159,000, now I can remember, oh, 3 months ago I did two. Look, don't manufacture those things for us, because very soon,
yes,
you'll be paying this amount of money from your pocket.
Yes. Honorable, I'm under an oath. And the information, we were already having the information on our records book. But the problem has to do with the recommended logbook, which all the information inside there has been transcribed onto the order. And it was verified.
What it says, the management attributed the cause of the infraction to the non-availability of logbooks and receipts at the time of the audit. It's management. You said that you didn't have the logbooks and you didn't have the receipts at the time of the audit. Let me move on. I'm sorry. Auditors, if you could come in, please.
Honorable Chair, at the time of the audit, we were not given any documents to account for the usage of the fuel. It was after the audit they brought some documents, and even that one, it was not as we recommended. So, and like you said initially, I mean, you have used fuel to take some journeys, and then you didn't, make records of those journeys. After some time, you are now doing that. How sure are we that those journeys you are now, indicating in the records are really what took place? And that is a risk. And that's why we advise that do it whilst you are on your journey. Make sure that the records are being kept to account for the usage of the fuel. So it is because of that that we recommended in our report that they should refund the amount, because we couldn't assure ourselves that they have actually used a fuel for the purpose for which it was purchased. Thank you.
You heard that, Finance Officer?
Yes, Honorable.
Let's move to the next one. Your infraction is on paragraph 744, and Honorable Frankie Eboa will handle that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not even comfortable asking my questions for the fear that the finance officer will give me an honest answer, but I'll ask anyway. Because you spent more than an hour on you, and so far we haven't gotten any meaningful thing from you. So let me ask my question. You entered into an agreement with Zoomlion Ghana for the supply and maintenance of refuse containers and refuse truck. The auditors, in the course of their audit, found that 4 of the refuse containers that you signed for, also 3 of the containers were damaged and 1 truck was also damaged. Meanwhile, clause 3D of the agreement you had with Zoomlion stipulates clearly that in case any of the trucks are broken down or Zoomlion, but you did not go to Zoomlion when the truck was broken down, and also when the 3 refuse containers were damaged. That's my first question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with regards to Zoomlion, when I assumed office, like I did to all the other things, I went through the books and saw the same thing as being mentioned here, that there were things that they needed to provide to the assembly, and that wasn't done. We had our first meeting with them at the Regional Coordinating Council. That matter was raised before them. And as a result of that, we even indicated that if that is not done, it will be very difficult to work with them, because when we appear before this committee, we will not know what to say to the committee, since there's something that they need to do. The second meeting that we had with them, the team visited us at Draboso, at my office. We raised the same issue, that the first meeting we had, there wasn't any action. So they left. The engagement we've had with them, or that repair, or the ones that they need to provide to us, they have not taken any action. But we have met them severally in Accra, at the regional level, and at the district level.
Okay, so were you making payment to Zoomlion Ghana for these services?
In fact, since I assumed office, no payment has been made. Previous payments, I cannot speak to that, but since I assumed office, they are here. I have not made any payment to Zoomlion Ghana Limited.
This is 2024 audit. So you said you cannot speak to that. You were doing very well before this question. You were answering all the questions from 2024. So why are you saying that you cannot speak to that? Because
in fact, Mr. Chair, I didn't say I can't speak to that. As at that time, as far as I'm aware, those monies were paid from Accra. It wasn't paid from the district, as now His Excellency has given the power to us.
Yes, I understand that, but we're not given any indication at all whether or not money that was allocated to you, part of it has been paid, has been given to Zoomlion to offset whatever agreement we have with them.
Not that I'm aware of.
So this question you answered, was it in relation to the non-supply of the 3 refuse containers or the damage of the containers?
Damage, non-supply, together.
All of them?
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, Zoomlion is here, but let me read a paragraph of the auditor's report. Paragraph 747. We were unable to quantify the value of equipment not delivered and the services not rendered in the agreement, as the deliverables were not individually priced. Meaning that whatever money we paid to Zoomlion, we didn't get any value for it because, 1, the containers were not supplied, 2, the damaged truck was not repaired, and the damaged containers were also not repaired. So Zoomlion is here, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, maybe you may want them to respond to that.
Yes,
thank you.
I would ask Zoomlion to respond to it because they are here. But before that, have you seen a contract between your district and Zoomlion?
The previous one, yes, but as we speak.
What was the date on that contract?
Off-head, it will be very difficult to mention.
It will be very difficult?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
but there was something like that before I came to the office.
I'm sorry?
I said, yes, there was something like that before I came to the office, but off-head date.
Yes, there was a contract.
I may be wrong.
Nobody signs those contracts in Accra. You, the districts, you sign the contracts, don't you?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And as soon as you sign the contract, you don't know where the contract is. Now, let me ask Zoomlion to comment.
Honorable Chair, by way of introduction, my name is Dr. Francis Dente, Chief Internal Auditor, Jospon Group.
I'm Dr. Stephen Yeboah. I'm the Group Head for Internal Control, Jospon Group.
Honorable Chair, I'm Frederick Manti, the Regional Coordinator, Western of.
Honorable Chair, respectfully, Zoomlion has a contract with the Assembly with effective date being the 3rd of January 2024 for 5 years. So this contract ends on the 2nd day of January 2028. Audit. We do not, Honorable Chair, respectfully, is that of 2019, effective date of 2019, effective date 2nd day of January 2019, which expired on the 1st day of January 2024. And subsequent to that, a new contract was signed between Zoomlion and the Assembly, dated with effective date being 3rd of January 2024. So with respect to the audit of 2024, which respectfully was done in 2025, the contract that was supposed to have been used was the 2024 contract.
Did you find out from them whether they used the 2019 contracts or the contract dated January 2024? Auditors, you are here. Respectfully, can you clarify whether you used the expired contracts as Zoomlion is claiming, or the contract dated January, did you say January 3rd, 2024?
January 3rd, 2024, respectfully.
Honorable Chair, the contract that was handed over to the auditors at the time was a basis for the audit. Now, if you quite remember, this issue came up during our previous sittings. And as part of the contract, they were supposed to provide these materials and equipments for managing the waste as far as the districts are concerned. Now, the chairman advised at the time that in order for them to do their work and for auditors not to be citing some of these equipments and all those things as not being provided and they are damaged and all that, they should concentrate on couching out a contract that will focus on providing waste management services in the various districts. So when we did the 2024 audit, the contract that was existing was a 2019 contract that they signed. Now, I'm sure that after that audit, a new contract was signed. But that contract, though, when you look at it, I can send you a copy for you to look at it. The contract was actually signed towards the end of the year 2024. It was around end of November that the Assembly started signing those contracts.
Yet
So
it
the
was
question is-
dated 3rd January 2024.
Yeah, so when you look at the preamble,
Yeah.
the preamble states the fact that the contract is in effect from January 2024, but it was actually signed by the various assemblies getting to the end of the year, November 2024.
So say, clearly, even using the previous contracts, these infractions were cited. You failed to deliver on the previous contracts. So you cannot conveniently sit here and say that they used the wrong contracts. They are saying that this transpired somewhere in 2023, and then they had to carry it forward. And so even in the previous contracts, you failed to deliver on the terms of the contract. That is what the auditors are saying. And that is why it was my colleagues who were in the previous Public Accounts Committee. The ranking is here, Honorable Akwesi Kunedu is here. These things came up in the previous sitting, and it was brought to your attention. So you cannot say that first and foremost their report is based on a wrong contract, so it doesn't hold. These were infractions that you were cited on when that previous contract existed. That is what the auditors just told us.
Honorable Chair, respectfully, if we heard the auditor right, this thing was debated in the, I think 2 years ago when we had the Public Accounts Committee, and it was settled that Zoomlion's work is the service delivery and not supply of...
Well, but what the auditors cited you for are what is in the contracts, unless you are telling us the auditors based their reports on something different. But what they are saying right here is that they cited these infractions based on the contract that was given to them. And in that contract, auditors, can you please repeat it? Maybe once you repeat it, as the accounts will say, yes. So wait, as you hit it hard, as you repeat it, and we all get a better understanding of what you want to carry across. Thank you.
Yeah, so, Honorable Chair, as I indicated earlier, we audited based on the contract that was existing at the time. And in that contract, they were supposed to provide these items for efficient waste management services in the various districts. And so that was a basis. Later on, they came out with a new contract, but that contract was signed at the end of the year, 2024. And so we cannot just say that the basis of our audit is wrong. I mean, this has been an issue that has been reoccurring even in our past audits. And to help them and to help all of us, they asked them to focus on the waste management services, which now, in the new contract, they have tried to do that so that the issue about these equipment not being supplied and damaged will not come up again.
So, Mr. Zoomlion, you can't pick and choose. The auditors are saying they provided in their reports that moving forward, focus on just the waste management and leave out the provisions of the bins and the trucks. And based on that, in the new contract, you don't find it in there, I suppose.
Honorable Chair, that's what...
No, I'm asking. So in the new contract, do you still provide bins and trucks for refuse collections, please?
We use the containers and trucks as our tools of trade, as always.
So it is still in there?
We use them to do the work, but...
No, I'm talking about the provision of these things to the assembly. Is it in the new contract?
No, it's not in the new contract.
So clearly you have listened to what the auditors, the recommendations the auditors gave, and that has reflected in your new contract. So then you cannot say that they are, yes, this, the, whatever, 744, the infractions that you've been cited for, one is based on a wrong contract. You cannot in any way state that here, because they said that this was the contract that was given to them prior to you signing on the new contract. The new contract was signed somewhere in November, but then in the agreement, you stated that it should take effect from January. So as at the time they were having this, the audit, it was that contract. And these are issues that have come up in previous years that they have pointed it out to you. So respectfully, you cannot say that they based their report on a wrong agreement. That we will not take here.
Honorable Chair, respectfully, contract has a beginning date and an end date. The beginning date and end date is well spelled out in the 2019 contract. Clause, the first sentence in the contract, page 3, has the effective date, which is 3rd of January 2024.
With respect, Madam Chair, say, when was the contract you are reading signed? Don't go to the effective date, please.
2019 contract.
No, please.
I'm coming.
The new contract.
No, please.
When was it signed?
the new contract, in terms of signature, was signed in November 2024.
So
I'm coming.
Wait. Oh, sir, please. I'm asking the question.
Okay.
So we answer it so that at least we would all be on the same page. It was signed in November 2024 for the period of 2024, right?
Correct.
And when did the year 2024 end?
2024 ends in December 2024.
So from the date it was signed to the year end, how many months?
1 month.
So how do you expect, in all fairness, that the auditors should use that contract that was even signed in November to do an audit for the year of 11 months ahead, that there was no contract, that you previously had a contract with them that you wanted to extend? Weren't they in the right mood to use the old contract which was existing to even do the audit if it were you? Weren't you receiving monies when the contract was not being signed?
Honorable Chair.
Please. Were you receiving monies in the year of 2024 for service of the work done?
Yes, because
when there was no contract.
Because we delivered the service.
So simple. So in that same vein, on what basis were you delivering the service when the contract was not signed?
The contract was not signed, but the effective date.
No, wait. The contract was not signed. So on what basis were you receiving monies in 2024?
On the basis of delivering of service.
So on what delivery of service were you doing when the contract was not signed?
Because
it was based on the old contract.
Honorable Chair, what happens is that,
you see, please,
I'm coming.
Please.
Can
These questions are yes or no. And seriously, let's
I respond, please?
Please respond to the questions I asked. Do you know why? You are just trying to walk around the things that we are discussing. Look, wait. You claim that you have a contract that was signed in November for a year in 2024. And the auditors are telling you that based on the monies you were receiving in 2024, the contract will stipulate that this and that needed to be provided, and they were not provided. You have an issue with it because you signed the contract in November, and the effective date was 11 months before that there was no contract, but we were receiving monies. On what basis were you receiving the monies? On a contract that had not been signed, or the previous contract that was existing that you wanted to extend the contract?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, if we were to use the explanation Honorable has given, 2019 contract was signed 22 months after the effective date. Before this contract was signed, I'm talking about 2019, it was signed 22 months. This one was signed 11 months.
Mr.
I'm coming.
Mr.
Can I explain, Honorable?
So are you saying that is right?
Can I explain?
No, wait. You've not signed a contract. You are receiving money. You are now telling me a contract was signed 22 months after delivery of services. And based on that, when this is signed 11 months after, there's no problem.
Honorable Chair, when it comes to contracts, I'm not a lawyer, but I believe that agreement, the agreement has effective dates. And once the parties sign the contract, the effective date is valid, and
look,
that is what has
when
to
you
be
want to speak to these matters, you can sign a contract today, but you presume the effective date to be 6 months after, so that preparatory works can be done. But you cannot tell me that the effective date can be, you backdate it, that you signed the contract in November, but the effective date is 1st of January of that same year. Why? Why? Even in this country, we don't make laws that are retrospective. We don't. We don't make retrospective laws. The day the laws are passed, that is when the laws start to be implemented. And you are telling us you signed the contract 11 months.
Honorable Chair, respectfully, the kind of service we deliver require us not to stop the work, because it has public health implications.
No. That is even wrong with it.
No.
Can I explain?
No, hold on, please. Maybe my question.
Can I give you an opportunity to explain?
Order here, please.
Myself,
please. Let's have some order.
So before the old contract expires, the parties meet and agree on the terms for the new contract. Signatures might delay, but the work will still have to be done. And so, even though the signatures, the signing of the contract delayed, they had already agreed to the new contract even before the old one expired.
Doc, let me help you here. Doc, you are taking all the benefits accruing from the old contract, the 2019 contract. Is that not the case? Because you were being paid for it. So what is wrong with the auditors also using the same contract, the 2029 contract, to judge you?
Honorable Chair, just to add to what Dr. Dente said, I think 2 years ago when we met in one of these hearings, the issue came up that we should move from the provision of the equipment to provision of services. What that meant was that internally, in our approach to the work, we were looking at this provision of services. This was 2 years ago, from 2023 coming into 2024. So throughout the whole of 2024, we were working on this provision of services. Obviously, the contract couldn't have been signed. Sometimes some of these engagements take some time. But in the midst of this, even after 2024, in the specific case of Dwaboso, we have evidence of provision, for example, the containers that were provided, that were flagged in the report. We have evidence of providing 2 of those containers to Dwaboso. In addition to that, some of you may have seen 2025 skip tracks that we imported and distributed. At the time we were distributing this equipment, the concept of working zonally, so that if, for example, a particular district has one truck broken down, we could dispatch the zonal equipment to that place. We had started implementing that. So I'm sure honorable members here will attest to the fact that in Dwaboso, I have personally visited Dwaboso and saw that one of our 2025 equipment that had been delivered there. So it's not as if we want to run away from the responsibility. As we have always said, providing this equipment permits us to provide efficient services. So it is in our interest. In some of the cases, for example, if we don't have containers, it costs us more to even do the work. So we have internally tried as much as possible to provide these containers. So it's not as if we shied away from that. There has been some provisions for the truck and the containers.
Thank you very much. But my question still remains. Doc, so what was the scope we were working within from 2019 when the contract expired to when the new contract was signed? What was the guiding principle? What was the scope? What were you guided with in providing the service to the district?
We're guided by the fact that we have to deliver effective service using the necessary tools, which are the containers and
where did you get that information from? Was it not part of the stipulation or the whatever provisions in the contract, the expired contract? Is it not from the expired contract? Whatever you are telling us now, is it not coming from the expired contract?
Honorable Chair, unfortunately, no, it didn't come from the contract. Because like we said, when we met in 2023, it was clearly stated, it was clearly agreed, because the same situation arose, and it was agreed. It wasn't proposed by the auditors. This was something we mentioned, and the chairman accepted that going forward, the contract should spell out that we are supposed to deliver service and not to deliver the tools for the trade.
But hold on, please. But you are just using different language. You are the tools. Are not the same tools you were using before?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, the tools do not belong to the assembly. The tools belong to Zoomlion, be it containers or trucks. So they are the tools we use to conduct the work. So the way it is captured is it's looking as though the trucks and the containers belong to the assembly, and so once they are not provided, the work has not been done. But it is our tools. So whenever we are challenged and there is a truck breakdown, what we do is that we deploy available truck from neighboring district so that the work can get done.
So I've heard you, but my challenge is that we have both the Savioso and the rest here with the same problem. So let's try to make progress. Okay. This one, Mr. Chairman, please. This one, non-supply of 4 refuse containers, whether it's tools for the service or supply to the assembly or belongs to the assembly, they are saying that you did not supply. 3 containers were damaged, you did not replace them. 1 truck was broken down, you didn't service it. That's the problem you're having now. So it's not about you, whatever. So that's what we need to explain so that we make progress, please.
Honorable Chair, we have, as we speak, we have about 150 containers that we are molding. As at the last audit hearing here, we supplied 300 containers nationwide. As we speak, we are molding 150. So any shortage anywhere that we find, we believe we will be able to supply and do the work. But it still stands to reason that the containers and then the trucks still remain the property of Zoomlion as our tools for trade. And wherever we are challenged, and the challenge may happen anyway, because these are trucks, these are equipment, they can break down anytime. Whenever it breaks down, as an effective deliverer of the service, we make sure we deploy from wherever we can to ensure the work gets done. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Doc, it also stands to reason that when you were going for the contract, looking at the magnitude of work in each district, you tell the district chief executive and the management that for your district, we are bringing you 5 trucks, 10 skips. So if you don't supply that number, you cannot come and sit here to tell us that it stands to reason that those machines and those skips are not for the assembly, but they are your work tools. Why then would you put those into your contract? Because that is the effectiveness of how you'll be able to perform. So if you do not produce those numbers of your equipment that you told them that you were bringing, you cannot come and sit here to tell us that it stands to reason that those are your work tools and therefore not the property of the assembly. We are not here telling you they are the property of the assembly, first and foremost. We are saying that in the contract, you told the assembly that you provide them with 5 skips. You did not. Some got broken down, you did not replace them. You told them you bring them 3 trucks, they said you did not. That is what we are speaking to. But if you tell us that it stands to reason that we should know that those are not the properties of the assembly by your work tools, that cannot be acceptable.
Respectfully, thank you. I am not saying that that's what you have to accept. I'm just laying it bare, our responsibility, which is delivery of the service using the tools that we think are appropriate. That is what the contract says. And that is exactly what we have been doing. And indeed, we have always made sure we deliver the service. Where even if the tools are not available, we deploy from other sources to make sure the service is delivered, because that is the foundation of the contract, delivery of the service. And that's what we have always done and will continue to do. However, as I have said already, we'll continue to ensure we have adequate resources, including the containers and the trucks. 150 containers are now being molded. We will supply to wherever there are gaps to ensure that we don't have to probably even deploy from other locations. Thank you, Honorable.
Auditors come in and then Honorable Edemapana.
Mr. Chairman, the difficulty that we have is this. We did not go to Zoomlion to conduct any audits there. They have never responded to issues that we raised. We audited an assembly which was a party to that contract. They gave us the contract, we looked at it, we raised issues, they responded, they did not say that the contract was not existent and all that. So why would somebody come from outside and tell us that what we did was wrong? We cannot accept that. The auditee himself is here. They responded to all the issues. We had entrance, exit meeting with them. We gave them 30 days to respond to our observations. The final management letter, they responded to them. And a report was generated and sent to Parliament. You were not a party to that. Why would you come and rubbish what we have done. It's untenable, Mr. Chairman, to say the least. Thank you.
Respectfully, Honorable Chair, I'm here to protect my company, to defend my company. I'm here to defend my company.
Respectfully, Doctor.
Respectfully.
We are here to do what?
No, I'm saying...
I'm saying, we here, what are we here to do?
Yeah.
We are also here to protect the public purse.
Sure.
So that if there's anything that is hindering that protection, we call it out and come up with reforms that will help us protect the public purse. And that is why we are here. From the initial stage, I told you, you cannot state that the auditors based their audits on the wrong contract. That is a no-go area. That's a non-starter because that cannot be correct. We have pointed out the reasons why we raised those questions to you. And I think we have all come to an agreement that you ought to do your part to discharge your mandate, and government also will have to do its part to make sure we protect the public purse, at the same time pay for what we consume or pay for the services that you render to government. I think it should end there, but the auditors have a right to state that your initial comments that they base their audits on a wrong premise or a wrong agreement. I mean, they have the right to do that because clearly they did not. The audit was not with you. The audit was with an assembly in which you provide services to. So whether you shrug your shoulders or you don't shrug your shoulders, that is the fact. They did not base their agreements, the audits, on a wrong agreement. It is clear. We have put it out here, and we want to move forward. We want to move forward, make progress, bring about efficiency in the discharge of your duties. Government also does same. And then we all protect the public purse because at the end of the day, whether it's a private company or a public company, we all have a country to run.
Thank you.
Finance officer, you have time now for you to go and bring what we requested, which is in your car. And so you can go and bring it now. Okay, Honorable Edem Agbana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, listening to the gentleman from Zoomlion, there is one point that I would want to humbly make. The first one is that we are not conducting an audit of the performance in terms of whether or not you are providing the service. You signed a contract with the assembly. Based on the contract, you had certain, or there were certain responsibilities on you, which includes supplying those equipments to the assembly. Based on that, you have received payment, and in response to Honorable Akwesi Kunedu, you considered that you were paid even when the contract had expired. Now, if the contract compels you to supply the assembly with some equipment which you failed to do but received payment for, and we are raising issues with it, respectfully, you cannot be telling the committee that you are delivering the service. And so whether or not you supplied the equipment which in your views belongs to your company, that does not matter. But the payment or the rates based on which you are paid because of those items in the contract. So if you did not supply those items, you did not replace them, and it appears to be a national issue, internally, similar issues with other assemblies, Mr. Chair, I think that the committee should recommend a refund of some payments that were made to them back to the assemblies. Because if I sign a contract with you and I tell you that I will supply you these particular items, whether I have delivered a service or not, as long as I fail to meet all the obligations in the contract, you should be able to refund some monies that have been paid to you by the assemblies. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, can I respond, please? Can I? Because I wanted to...
You see, the bottom line is this. From what the auditors were saying, they were using the existing contract that was there. And in the old contract, it's stated how many containers they were supposed to have, how many trucks. So this is where I was expecting that the answer would be, oh, in the old contract, this is what was stipulated in the contract, this is what we're supposed to provide. But now the new contract does not specify that. We are not going by the new contract yet. We are going by the old contract. So those are the questions that we need to answer. But Joaboso, you've stayed here for more than an hour and a half. There's a truck over there to pick up the trash, right? Is there a truck to pick up the trash?
Mr. Chair, the broken one has not been fixed, but
that's not what I'm asking.
There's a truck that is serving. There's a truck that is serving more than 2 districts, so it's not for Jabosu alone.
Sir, it doesn't matter whether the truck supplies the whole of Ghana.
Mr. Chairman, there's a truck.
There's a truck, whether it comes from here or there. You see, in the olden times, you had a dedicated truck that was parked at your yard. What good would that truck be if it wasn't performing? So the question is, do they come and pick up the trash?
Mr. Chair, we have engaged them, but
sir, let's make
not as often.
Let's make progress.
Not as often.
How many times do they have to come and pick up the trash?
In fact,
because right now, the contract that you assemblies have signed, it doesn't state how many trucks you are supposed to have. It does not state how many containers you are supposed to have. The question is, how are you going to assess the performance of Zoomlion?
In fact, very problematic.
Very what?
Problematic.
You guys signed the contracts. Nobody from Accra signed the contract. You guys signed the contract. You sign the contracts, and when there's a problem, if somebody in Accra who can really scrutinize these and ask the proper questions is to sign these contracts, you all complain. You sign everything in Accra, you pay in Accra. Have you brought the list, sir?
Mr. Chair,
I gave you leave about 10 minutes ago to go and bring them.
Okay.
I mean, Zoomlion questions does not concern you, does it?
Mr. Chair, since this committee is a committee of records, the Zoomlion company stated that they have evidence to the effect that the matter in question, they have supplied 2 of the containers. I am the DC from April 9th. I have not seen any new container. They have also not reported to my office, not my environmental officer. So I want to state it here on record that we don't have any new containers. Where he got the information from, he can help us.
This is where I said, you guys have signed new contracts. Haven't you?
Before I assume office, but I have not even seen the contract.
Yeah, you guys have signed new
cited.
contracts. You haven't cited
Yes,
it.
the last time when they came to my office,
yes,
the original boss is here. I complained. They were saying that they have contract, but I have not cited. I told them that if you have a contract, let's have a copy. But as we speak, no copy has been provided.
You said your original?
The original officer is here.
Okay.
We came and asked them to provide a contract, but they haven't showed up.
He's going to respond. Yes, sir.
Yes, I met Honorable in his office.
Yes,
and then the issue about the contract came up.
Yes, sir.
And then he directed that I should send the copy to his environmental health officer, which I duly did. That was last year, June. I still have the records on my phone.
Thank you. You see the problem at the assemblies. You have the environmental guy dealing with Zoomlion. You have your coordinating directors dealing with Zoomlion. And you, the political appointees, also dealing with Zoomlion. Now, there are 3 of you. Zoomlion is dealing with the 3 of you. And so he may give it to this one, or that one, or that one. Have you checked from your environmental
I have
guy?
followed up.
And
He
what
has
did
never
he say?
given it to me. He said the man has not provided anything to him.
Today's hearing is not going to be based on Zoomlion either doing it or not. I just want the information that he has in his car.
No problem.
He should bring it.
No problem, sir.
Joaboso, sit aside. We have several other assemblies. And then when he brings whatever he's going to bring, we'll continue. Now let's call our win. Hold on. Apart from our win, let's swear all these people in. Big Beer East, Sefurioso, and Akontombra. Let's all of you take the oath.
Okay.
Joseph. Do in the name of the Almighty God swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, please have a seat and introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Abdullah Fuad, the Municipal Finance Officer at Win Municipal Assembly.
Honorable Chair, my name is Stephen Moche, MCE at Win.
Honorable Chair, Joseph Baba Yele is my name, Coordinating Director.
Honorable, my name is Patrick Apia Kubi, Internal Auditor at Win Municipal Assembly.
We'll start with unsupported payments, and no, I take it about unrecovered rent. Honorable Edmund Magbana will start with that one.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction relates to the inability of the Assembly to recover rents that 28 occupants within the Assembly were expected to pay between January 2023 and December 2024. Why couldn't you recover the rent?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The issue in question, it has been cleared. We have paid, and the receipts are here for verification.
Auditors, can you confirm if all the 12,930 Ghana cedis was paid.
Honorable Chair, our last status is still outstanding. We are not aware that it has been recovered.
Mr. Chairman, if I may find out from them, when were these payments made?
Honorable Chair, the payment was made on the 3rd of October 2025.
3rd October. Okay, Mr. Chair, if the clerks can confirm from the receipt, if indeed. The auditors said they have no such record.
Yeah, but the clerks will not have anything.
No, I wanted them to confirm from the receipts that they have, whether indeed the amount. Okay, if they can give to it, okay.
Look, but they paid in October, right?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
October 2025.
Yes, please, Honorable.
Why didn't you give it to the auditors? Why didn't you give the receipt to the auditors?
To the Honorable Chairman, we were supposed to pay it alongside withholding tax, so I was waiting for the withholding tax to be paid so that I can add it to the payments.
You know what I'm going to propose? If I'm supposed to give stuff to auditors and you don't do it, we just withhold your salary. You will learn sense from it. Auditors have come to audit. You have a problem over here. If you have paid, you go back to the auditors. Hey, here it is, I've paid. You were waiting for. You say a quarter when you now. You. The next infraction is on paragraph 603, and Honorable Fred Day will have that one.
Thank you, Chair. This infraction is pervasive in most of the assembly. When the auditors came to you, 9 PVs that you had raised, totally 19,050 Ghana cedis, you could not provide any document to support this. The auditors were with you for some time. They finished their audit and left. What do you have to say to this?
Honorable Chair, that is true. As at the time of the audit, in fact, some of the documents were misfiled. And when you look at their observation, the relevant supporting documents that they were requesting, some of them were like reports, receipts, and what have you. However, going forward, this is what we are trying to actually avoid in the near future.
Sir, this relates to IGF, internally generated funds.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes. So how did it happen that documents relating to internally generated funds that you were using, you could not have documents on hand? Using it on goods and services, you did not have documents on hand to support what you had done. This is not a general case of filing, which is, like I said, pervasive across the assemblies. Explain this particular one. How did it happen?
That is why I indicated earlier that during the course of audit, there were so many files, and some of the documents could not be traced. But subsequent to the audit, we were able to trace such documents.
I want to do that.
Honorable Chair, in the report, the recommendation is for the amount to be recovered, all because we have given them window of opportunities to provide those documents, and they failed to do so. And so because of that, when we are compiling the Aegis report, it is no more provision of documents. It is about recovery of the amount. Because if you had the documents, you would have provided them to us. So subsequently, they provided the documents after the Aegis report, which years the auditors have gone through. They are verified, but we await the decision of the committee. Thank you.
How come?
Thank you.
How come you didn't give the receipts to him at the time that they came?
Honorable Chairman, sometimes when the auditors come, most of the PVs will be with the officers to acquit. Normally, we give the money to the officers to perform activities.
How many weeks did the auditors spend at your assembly?
I think approximately 2 weeks.
So 2 weeks, you couldn't get the PVs from those people?
And sometimes maybe the officer may not be around. Maybe he's on leave.
So the officer was not around. Did they go through an exit interview with you?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
And how many? And then they wrote a formal letter to you, right?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
How many days did they give you in the form and the management letter to pay to look for these things?
30 days.
30 days.
Yes.
So the 2 weeks they spent out there, another 2 weeks before they sent you the management letter, and then the 30 days. All these were not enough.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me make it easier for you. Refund this amount, 19,050 Ghana cedis. Thank you very much. You have 30 days to pay this amount. Let's go to the next one. The next infraction is on...
Honorable Chair.
Yes?
On a very good day, please, you have to pardon the assembly.
Have to pardon who?
The assembly.
Why?
The reason being that if we were unable to support the relevant supporting documents,
yes,
that would have been the case.
But you had a timeline.
Yes.
And they didn't respect the timeline.
There were a series of recommendations that were done and were actually responding to.
What kind of excuses?
Yes. So please, measures are now put in place to avert this in the future. We are not having a document.
Measures are now in place that this wouldn't okay anymore.
No, what I'm trying to say is that...
Sir, let me move on, please. You had the opportunity to do the right thing.
We have submitted a receipt and they have been verified.
But those receipts that you sent were outside the time that they gave you. Wasn't that so? You think you can take your jolly good old time? I'll present it whenever I want. I'm the, what do you call it? The coordinating director. I can do it any time. I'm a financial officer. I can just turn it in at any time. We are working with laws in this country. We are working with laws in this country. Rules and regulations. Your jolly good old time. So when you give money to somebody to spend, let the person know you need to bring these things, the receipts, the PVs, at this time.
Thank you.
Then it keeps on going on. And I don't know if your bosses know that you have a lot of infractions on you, then they will transfer you. You go to another district. Masa, the next infraction is on paragraph 607.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, just a word.
Honorable DC, I hope you are not challenging the ruling of the chair.
No, I'm not.
Can you allow him to navigate the session, please?
Okay, thank you.
The next infraction is on paragraph 607, and Honorable Kinney will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this infraction has to do with unpresented payment vouchers to the same assembly. 7 separate amounts totaling 16,060 Ghana cedis were paid without PVs being raised. And according to the Auditor General, they were asked to make a refund of such an amount. And that should be done by the coordinating director and the finance minister. Finance officer, sorry. I want to ask whether that has been done.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Those vouchers were traced and submitted to the auditor for verification, and he's here to confirm.
Auditor, has that been done?
Yes, Honorable Chair, after the report, they subsequently submitted those PVs, which we have verified.
Why couldn't you give it to them in the stipulated time? This is very similar to the first one. The recommendation over here is we were unable to authenticate the authenticity of the payments, and therefore recommended that the coordinating directors and finance officers involved should jointly be held liable for the refund of these amounts into the designated accounts of the assemblies. My ruling stands again. This is another 16,000. Coordinating director and then finance officer.
Honorable Chair, those cited PVs were submitted to the auditors and
there is a time limit for you, sir.
they validated, Honorable Chair.
When was it validated?
Auditors?
When?
Mr. Frank.
When was it validated? Within the time limit that you were given? Within the timeline that you were given? And it's on failure to account for fuels purchase.
Failure, the same things. What is your opinion on that?
It's not his opinion.
No, what is your opinion on that?
Yes, these were fuel purchased. That is 6,700 cedis. In fact, it was more, the logbooks were actually updated, and they are here to prove to the honorable members. And the internal audit, the external audit can be asked, or maybe you can verify what I'm saying.
So the logbook were not there during the 2 weeks. After that, another week. After that, the management letter was written 30 days and still were not presented. Is that the case?
No, Honorable Chair. The logbooks were there. They were the transactions in question. They were like pre-finance. So there were refunds. For instance, you have been invited for a program. As at the time the assembly could not support with funds, you have to pre-finance. So it was after the program that we wrote for refund.
Even if you wrote for refund, this is fuel. Whether you are pre-financing or not, so long as you use the assembly car, it must be logged.
It was logged in subsequent to the observation.
No, what I'm saying is that normally, in every organization, we all have been working with a government institution before. When you are buying fuel with your own money into the government of Ghana car, you log in. Because it's a program you envisage that you'll be attending and then you'll be getting refund. So why didn't you do the needful?
Responsibilities. Look, I wouldn't sit down for you to get me in trouble. Me, if you are working with me, I will make sure you do it. If you can't do it, I'll get somebody else to do it for me. But when you go to the assembly, everybody is standing under the tree at an assembly. I have traveled to several of the assemblies. Auditors want to leave. they find it difficult to talk to somebody from the assembly. And 6,000 and 7 on those.
And also,
Honorable Chair, I have a word to say, please.
Yes, sir.
So, Honorable, after the audit report, the auditor's report,
yes, sir.
I sat down with management and I realized that, seriously, like what you were saying, there are so many infractions here, failure to deduct, failure to account. So I advised them and we took a decision that it was not going to be repeated. So I will plead, because all these things, they will all come to me. Sometimes the assembly, for example, when they invite
me the case from where you came from, I'll win. If you paid with your own money, you will go to the fuel station, buy the fuel, you will get a receipt, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sure.
And there's a logbook in the car. You will log it out there.
Yeah, sure.
Now, you use your own money. I understand. But when you come, you can get a refund. So if auditors come in and ask you, hey, here's the logbook, here's a receipt, they wouldn't know whether you use your own money or assembly's money.
Yeah, I know.
So what is the excuse?
So now it's been resolved that they are not going to repeat the same mistakes.
You will learn from it. Wow.
Honorable, this time,
Let's move to the next one, please. It's on paragraph 651, and Honorable Simon will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I win. I win. Sorry if I pronounce you, and you are supposed to do that and remit it to GRA within 15 days. How far? What has happened?
Honorable Chairman, we have done that.
Auditors, can you confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that.
I win. I told you to be cool. You see, this one is cool.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'm done.
They've paid it, right?
Yes, the auditors have confirmed.
So why has it taken them so long to pay? Why has it taken you so long to pay?
Ask. Now I'll win. You see, I see a pattern. You are the MC, right?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, yes.
I see a pattern.
Yeah.
Your finance office needs help.
Okay.
And coordinating director needs to stand up.
Okay.
Here we are, 20 transactions. Yes, 20 transactions. Also for goods and services. Amount of money over 60,000. You didn't support, no supporting documents at the time.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Oh, Controller and Accountant General, look at the people you are sending to the assemblies. Oh. There's a DACF, goods and services. You were at the exit conference, weren't you?
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
And what does 30 days mean to you?
Gentlemen, provide the answer. Answer the question.
Honorable Chairman, it is the time that we have to correct the wrongs that has been identified.
You are already paying over 36,000. I've given you guys 30 days. 30 days. This one, I will hold it for another time. The next infraction is on paragraph 721, and Honorable Dr. Giselle will take care of that one.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This infraction has to do with delayed projects. And Alwyn, you have renovation of the Municipal Agric Office. In fact, this one I have a personal interest because it's agricultural office. And I chair the Agri Committee, so my biases are clear. Why is it that it's still standing? 85% complete. You've not done anything about it. And you know that these costs contribute to overruns. These delays contribute to overruns in the overall costs. That deprives other development projects the necessary financing to execute, and therefore retards the progress of your area. What do you have to say, Director?
Yes, sir. Honorable
When
Chair.
did you go to that assembly?
I'm going to my third year.
Your third year. So you are sufficiently old there. So
Exactly.
what happened?
Exactly. Yes, it resulted from lack of fund releases. However, it has been captured under the legacy fund. So the contractor is on site as we talk.
Okay, so contractor is back on site trying to finish it. And
It's
the
almost
reason
done.
for the delay was because of
Lack
delay
of
release of funds.
Yeah, releases.
Okay. I'll win. Who is your MP?
Honorable Oscar Ofurilabi.
DC, he says you are doing very well.
Yes, please.
Okay. Honorable Chair, DC the MP says the DC is doing very well.
Oh, okay.
I asked him about the coordinating director. He says the coordinating director has to sit up. Coordinating director. So you have to sit up.
Thank you very much.
So that we can move the district forward. You know, you have a lot of challenges and problems to solve. So you need to work together with your new DC and the MP. He can, Alwyn, Oscar is very connected. He can bring a lot to your place. So
Thank you
please
very much.
utilize his resourcefulness, okay?
Thank you.
That would be that, Mr. Chairman, please.
All right, thank you. That is it, right? On your side? Okay. This is Alwyn. You are discharged. Thank you. But 30 days you are paying the money.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
And look, I almost let you off the hook. And failure to deduct and remit withholding taxes. And I'll win. Oh, goodness. These amounts on the DACF for taxes not deducted, 1,041. And then taxes not remitted, 11,949. What has happened to these taxes?
Honorable Chairman, we have paid all of them.
You have paid all of them?
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Auditors, could you confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that they have remitted the tax entirely.
All right. MC, you have a flat tire at your finance office. Try and fix it.
Thank you. I'll fix it.
You guys are discharged.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Now, let's call Bia East. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Carlos Jojo Dolphine, District Internal Auditor.
Mr. Chair, I'm Francis Amankwa, the District Chief Executive, Bia East.
Abukar Baba, Coordinating Director, Bia East.
James Kofi Buai, this is Finance Officer, Bia East.
Your infraction is on paragraph 595, and Honorable Akwesi Kunedo will take care of that one.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, this infraction has to do with insufficient revenue collection. And it seems you paid more to your collectors than they collected. What seems to be the issue, and what measures have you put in place to resolve these matters?
Honorable Chairman, the auditors recommended that the district give the revenue collector targets, which we did. We went further to even look at other issues, sensitizing the public on revenue collection, particularly with regards to that of property rates. We also noticed that the revenue collector in question was competing with commission collectors that were sent to that particular area. That has resulted in her not being able to collect more than her salary. So we took actions on all of that. We reassigned the the commission collectors there. We carried out sensitizations. We set target for a revenue collector, and that resulted in a significant improvement in revenue collection in 2025. As at the target that we give her to be 40,000, she has collected over 44,000 in 2025. Thank you.
So now the measures you put in place are yielding results, and that this is not going to happen again. Chairman.
All right, the next infraction is on paragraph 643, and that will be handled by Honorable Shirley Che. And it's about abandoned vehicles.
Hello, and thank you, Honorable Chair. Oops. This is to do with abandoned vehicles. The auditors noted during their inspection of assets that 9 unserviceable vehicles and equipment of the assemblies had been abandoned and left under the mercy of the weather. The recommendation is that management should take the necessary action on the abandoned assets by repairing these, and also if there's any that needs to be disposed of, they should do those using the existing laws. Can you give the committee an update on the status of these vehicles?
Honorable Chair, I'm a little bit surprised with this particular decision, because our infraction was an abandoned vehicle, one vehicle. That was our infraction. That has been effectively handled. We have worked on that particular vehicle. It's not 9.
That's with other assemblies, so it's all now together. So your one, you said it's been handled?
Yeah, we've worked on the vehicle, that particular vehicle.
Auditors, can you please confirm this?
Honorable Chair, the last time we checked, the car was still at the workshop, and we are not aware that it has been worked on now. So if that is the case, then they would have to provide evidence that we can verify.
Auditors, please, when did you check? When was the last time you checked?
The last status report was compiled end of 2025. By December, we had completed that exercise. So,
please, when did you?
Coming for sittings, we also liaise with them if there has been any new development so that they can update us with. But we don't have any such information. So.
Okay, please, why did you fail to update the auditors?
Excuse me, sir. The gentleman who spoke about the vehicles, I'm sorry. You, sir.
Okay, I asked finance.
No. You are. What position are you?
Coordinating director.
Coordinating director. When did you fix this truck?
We sent the vehicle to the mechanics about almost 4 months ago, and the vehicle has been worked on.
4 months ago.
Yeah, the vehicle. It's been with the mechanics for some time now, but 3 days ago we were given the information that the vehicle has been worked on. So I asked. You see, I was telling
coordinating director.
Yeah.
Coordinating director. Take your time, because you are being watched live.
Yes.
On Facebook in the whole country.
Okay.
So your credibility is at stake now.
Okay.
You said only how many days ago did they tell you the car has been fixed?
3 days ago.
3 days ago.
Yes.
Now, have you picked up the vehicle to make sure that it's working?
Honorable Chair, that's why I wanted my finance officer to respond, because when they told me the vehicle has been fixed, I sent finance officer to go and verify.
But you said that it's been fixed.
Yes, that's the information I got from a finance officer who I sent to go and check and to inform the auditors on the status of the implementation. So that's why I wanted him to respond to that.
Finance officer.
Honorable Chair.
Have you received the vehicle?
Not really, but when we are going to our district, we will take the car.
So what you are telling us is just hearsay?
No, no. We have maintained the car. It's just at the sprayer, so they are spraying the car. So we will send, when we are going, we send it.
Excuse me, I don't think you should be laughing. We're not joking here. All right? You said you fixed the car. And when you come to this committee and tell us you fixed the car, we expect that your word should be what it is. So you can't come here and say 3 days ago you were informed that the car has been fixed and you're going to take it on your way back. And you've not even informed the auditors. You have not even received the car in your possession. Your answer should have been different from what you gave us. With all respect, please, let's take this committee serious. Give us a better answer. When are you going to get the car moving? Let us know.
Okay, the car is going to be on the road. By Wednesday, it's going to be on the road. The mechanics promised us by Wednesday. He has finished everything. By just
Listen, finance officer. You are showing your naivety. And it's very troubling. The mechanic told you that he has fixed it. Haven't you ever taken a car to a shop before that they would tell you that it's been fixed, and then when you go, oh, if only I fix the battery and I fix the tires and the car is fixed? Haven't you heard or seen that before? You haven't taken possession of the vehicle. You haven't ascertained that the vehicle has been fixed. Then you come and sit here and you are laughing and you think, oh, this is just a joke. Wow. You were brought there by the Controller and Accountant General, right? Finance guy. Finance guy. Controller.
So, Honorable, based on the information you passed on to your coordinating director just lied to the committee. Are you aware of that? Because he told us boldly that the car has been fixed and he's under oath. And he said you told him. Coordinating director, this should be a lesson to you. When someone passes on information to you, you will have to verify yourself before you make an emphatic statement on that. Clearly, you have lied. And you took the oath this morning. We all need to go the extra mile to discharge our mandate. When he told you, you should have verified. You should have had some concrete evidence before coming to sit here and tell us that, oh, we have the vehicle, it's been fixed. This should be a lesson, say, that in discharging your mandate, you go the extra mile. Otherwise, today we'll let you go. Maybe tomorrow, wherever you make this thing happen, they will not let you go scot-free. So that infraction still stands, that the abandoned vehicle is as the auditors have reported in the book, and you need to find ways to fix it and clear it from this infraction. God willing, next year, we don't want to see this infraction in your books.
Noted.
And when you've done it, please update the auditors.
We'll surely do that.
Just a caution. It's not in our interest like we come here to sit down and waste all the time, and then we have time. That's why we are doing this. When you do your work right, we also not sit here. So you shouldn't take this committee for granted, laughing as if it is a committee we are taking for granted. We are serious people. And we are serious people, members of parliament doing this. So don't take us for granted.
You are discharged.
Thank you.
Let's call Sefiwe also. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
I'm Fred B. Bodo, Coordinating Director.
I'm Dominic Jesse, Municipal Chief Executive.
I'm Wakwata Sahine, Finance Officer. Wakwata, is that your full name? Can you mention the full name? Please, I'm Wakwata Sahine.
Okay. Kingsley Millie, Internal Auditor.
All right. The infraction is on paragraph 591, and Honorable Frederick Yao Ahinkwa will take care of that one.
Thank you, Chairman. This infraction is about uncollected revenue from 25 institutions, totaling 256,000 Ghana cedis. This is your infraction. Non-collection of revenue. Who are the specific institutions, the 25 institutions? I want to know.
Yes.
Mention them, the 25 institutions.
Honorable Chair, we have the list here. We have Total Filling Station, Dallas Microfinance, Zoology Company Limited, Kokroko Hotel, Minado Hotel, Danwell Insurance, Kagel Cocoa Sourcing, ECG, Can Royal Somme, GPLTU, Jombita, Biofield Diagnostic, ECG again, Boadak Company, Royal Density Investments, Enyema Hotel, Share Filling Station, Petrosol filling station, Zoology again, another Zoology, Ken Rosie's Hotel, Millie J Guest House, Air College.
And is each of the institution owing? And are they still in existence?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Apart from Cargill, that's currently they don't open the office. Apart from Cargill and Danwell Insurance, all of the other companies are still operating.
Right. So if these companies or institutions are in existence, what necessitated your failure to collect these monies from them?
Honorable Chair, we were able to recover an amount of 80,000 from them, with the exception of ECG. ECG, they are owing us 130,000, and we are in the process of agreeing with them to set off against our debt that we also owe them. So that is why we have that amount of money there.
Okay. So out of the 256, you say you have generated how much?
80,380. But the chunk is coming from ECG.
ECG?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
What's the value for ECG?
130,000.
So I said you should state how much each of the institution is owing, so that we know the enormity of the problem.
Yes, please. Total filling station, the outstanding was 1,200 at the time. That is 1,007. Zoology, 21,000. Zoology, they have two different distinct branches. So another one owes 10,000. Kokroko Hotel, 10,000. 2,600 rather, sorry. Minado Hotel, 2,200. Danwell Insurance, 2,200. Cargill Cocoa Sourcing, 30,000. ECG, 70,004. BOP and MTN, 3,000. Can Royal Somme, 3,000. GPRTU, 2,000. Then on property rates, Biofuel Medical Diagnostic, 1,000 cedis, ECG, 60,000. Boada Company, 22,140. Royal Density, 2,800. Enyima Hotel, 1,479 cedis. Petrosol, 4,000. Zoology, 5,000. Another branch of Zoology, 15,000. Okay.
It's okay. We want to know. You know, I'm asking these questions because of the experience that I have. At my backyard, when it comes to payment of revenue, certain people, because of their inclinations to certain political parties, they are left out. So I just wanted you to mention the names, and then we know maybe you have a special relation with these people. But we've seen the companies, and it is clear that you have no any affiliation with them. But with what you have collected, what specific measures have you put in place to recover the remaining amount?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue had to do with the property rate. The companies were arguing that we were giving them so much. So what we have done is we've written to all those companies and every other organization, institutional bodies over there, that we are going to do property valuation so that we can give them the correct figures for property rates. So that is one thing. And the other thing is that we've been going to the radio station to make public sensitization on the need to pay rates.
So if they are claiming that you are overtaxing them, is it that You don't have a fee fixing figures?
Yes.
Because these figures are set by the finance committee.
Yes.
And then the assembly will accept them at general meeting, and
Yes.
then you implement. So you
Yes.
charge these monies based on what the assembly has agreed on.
Yes.
So if they are saying you are overcharging them, you are not doing it off head.
Yes,
it's based on what you have agreed on as an assembly. So you have to compel them to pay.
Yes, Honorable, but we call that one unassessed. If you are charging for property rate that you don't even know the value of the property, and you charge the person so much, and they also have the right to protest. So that is why we are going to conduct this valuation of the properties. In that case, we are giving you as it is required by the value of your property.
So you agree that you are overcharging them?
No, we don't agree entirely. But to substantiate our charges, you have to do that.
How many years have you been working on valuing these properties?
I understand last year some of them were valued, and now we have included many others. We did that for Sefiyosu municipality, the township. Now we want to extend to the other communities.
All right. Let's go to the next infraction. It's at paragraph 599. And Honorable Adam Akbana will handle that.
Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, the infraction relates to the inability of the Assembly to retrieve 64,880 Ghana cedis as rent from 17 occupants. I want to find out from you who was responsible for this collection and why did the person fail to collect rent for close to 4 years?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The responsibility is on the finance officer, though I have other staff working under me.
Were you the finance officer at the time?
No, sir.
When were you transferred to the assembly?
Last year, that was September last year.
Did your predecessor leave any note explaining why he and his team failed to collect the money from occupants of the bungalows?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Actually, they were able to recover an amount of 56,930, and the remaining 7,950, there was an issue. The occupants made a case that they have carried out some work on the building, so they brought their bill that we should look at that and set off against how much they are owing. But upon verification by the auditors, they failed to accept that. That is why we still have an amount of 7,950 outstanding.
Chairman, in terms of carrying out renovation on the building, is it your responsibility to carry it out, or any occupant could carry it out and bring a receipt and deduct the money at source before giving you the rest? What arrangements do you have with occupants?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. Because of this particular issue, management has written to all occupants stating that nobody should carry out any work on the building without the approval of management. So we believe that with this instruction, we are going to keep that particular.
When will you recover the rest of the money?
Honorable Chair, it has been a contention. We can physically see that the occupant actually worked on the building. So we were even of the view that auditors could accept that particular decision as evidence of payment, and they failed. And we could not compare. Looking at the work and the bills that they brought, it is even more than the amount they were supposed to pay. So we don't know how to force them and still take those monies from them.
Okay, my last comment on this is that you clearly have to up your game in terms of the collection. So you don't even get to the point where for close to 4 years, occupants of the building were not paying the rent. Then they will now tell you they have carried out renovation works and so they intend to deduct it. Some of these issues must not be identified by auditors before the assembly acts, and so you need to take note of that. And secondly, since it was not in the arrangement with those occupants to carry out the renovation before informing you, you have to proceed and still recover the rest of the money so that all the money will be recovered for the assembly, and then they will take a cue from that going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, your next infraction is on paragraph 6A6. That is on the DACF book. And Honorable Ms. Bao, Mahama Adams will take care of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sefi, we also, per section 36 of the DACF 2023 guidelines, these assemblies are not allowed to spend more than 10% of their DACF allocation on an administrative expenditure. However, during the year, your assembly spent a whopping 32.75%, clearly in excess of 415,287.82 on administrative expenses. Could you kindly, and the auditors have tasked you to do a refund from the internal generated fund account into the DACF. How far have you gone with this? And again, what steps have you taken to improve on your IGF collections to avert this situation going forward? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. At the time of verification by the auditors, on a follow-up to the Auditor General report, we had recovered 320,000. But as we sit here, we have paid everything from our IGF account to the common fund account.
Auditors, could you confirm this for us?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that they have so far refunded 320,000, leaving a balance of 95,287.82.
Thank you. So the remaining, you say you just paid.
We have paid.
Can you make the paying slips available to the auditors to confirm that for us?
Yes, I can do that. We have them here.
They have paid parts, that's 320,000, leaving 95,000, right? So, but they've mentioned that the auditors have confirmed the 320,000, but they have mentioned that they've paid the other 90,000. So, we would want the auditors to confirm. If they have the pay in slips, they can make it available for the auditors to confirm for us.
Okay, so you've done well. Refunding the amount of money. I won't see a sikaka credit. All right, so you can give it to the auditors later. All right, thank you very much. Sefi, we also.
Mr. Chair, there's one more infraction on them.
Yes, on paragraph 721.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable, you have two projects that are outstanding. One is delayed for 111 months and is at 75% complete. The other is 115 months and is at 54% complete. You know what it means. Cost overruns have a very negative effect on your finances and the development of Sefiriasu. What are you doing and what have you done? We are told that it's due to non-payment of certificates from your office. What happened?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, these two projects are part of the 12 projects, our legacy project that we have identified in our municipality. And I can confidently say that these two projects have been worked on and they are in use. One of them was commissioned on the 31st of December 2025. Thank you.
So both have been worked on and they are in use. Auditors, are you able to confirm this?
Okay, the one under DACF has been completed. The RFG one is in the process to be worked on under the legacy project.
Actually, they are both under DACF. We have the clinic and nurses quarters, and then we have the 3-unit classroom block.
Very well, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It's true. Like I said, we have a number of legacy projects. There are 12. And per our financial position, we wouldn't be able to complete all at a go.
Yeah,
And
that's
so,
understandable. But where are you on these two, this specific two?
like I said, the first one has been completed.
Which one?
That is the 3-unit classroom block has been completed, living in the nurses' quarters.
So what's your plan for the nurses' quarters?
Our plan is that as and when the legacy funds are available, we're able to work on what is remaining.
There's nothing like legacy funds. You have your DACF with guidelines, with percentage that you allocate. In fact, you've been advised on the percentage to use for legacy funds.
Thank you very
so
much.
So is that not a priority? Health? Is that what you're saying?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is a priority. We've done integrity tests on all the projects, so we are prioritizing them accordingly.
So where is the stand of this one in your priority list?
It will be in the next phase, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So next phase will take off when? Is it quarter-wise or year-wise?
Maybe
you are paid DACF in quarters.
Exactly.
But I'm just trying to check whether it will come off this year or
hopefully,
next year.
Hopefully in the 4th quarter.
What do you mean, hopefully? Honorable DC, we are talking about Sefiria, so.
Exactly.
You are saying, hopefully, nurses' quarters will come. What do you want to say? Can you say
So I want to say that it shall be captured in the 4th quarter.
It's been captured in the 4th quarter project.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Chair, let me just clarify. Like my Honorable MC said, you know, the first project, which is the construction of the 3-unit classroom, it's also part of the legacy project, but we are done with that one since last year. The second one we have captured in our annual action plan for execution this year. The 4th quarter he's mentioning, we are aware 4th quarter has been released. I believe that that is what he's trying to explain. That once it hits the accounts, we will execute that one. I believe that is what he's trying to explain. Thank you very much.
It's hit your account weeks ago. It's hit your account. So that cannot be your explanation.
Yeah. As at the time I was last Friday, hours did not reflect.
So let's not play games here. Honorable DC, what is your plan for this uncompleted project? Can you be truthful and direct, give us timelines? Is it in this year's plan or is it in next year's plan? So that the people there will know and expect your completion of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we'll be able to complete this project this year. Thank you.
So it's been budgeted for?
Yes, please.
Okay, that will be all from me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable DC, well, I don't know if it's an anomaly or whatever it is. That's why I'm coming to you for clarification. Under the rehabilitation of the clinic and nurses' quarters, it says the contract sum is 11,483, but payment to date is 52,458 Ghana cedis. I want some clarification here. The contract sum was 11,483. The payment you have done to date is 52,458. Can you help me reconcile?
Madam Chair, I would like my FO to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
FO, please speak into the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, rehabilitation of clinic and nurses' quarters at Abrabra. The contract sum is 63,941, and the payment to date is 11,483. That is the correct thing.
We need the auditors to confirm because in the report, it's not the same.
Madam, and even this is against a background of the project having delayed for 115
months. Yeah, 15 months. It's 115 months.
Yes,
I was coming to that, but
yes.
yes, when I saw the amount, I needed clarification on 11,000 and then the 52. So, auditors, can you please confirm what they are saying so that we'll take it as an error in the book?
Honorable Chair, it appears to be an error on our part, and so we'll rectify that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So you said that the total amount is
63,941.01. Can I see this?
And the amount you have paid so far is
11,483.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, Honorable DC, like Dr. Giselle said, let's clear this. Already it's 115 months delayed. And I don't think we want to continue with that. It will be in your interest to complete it so that the people there can also have access to the clinic and the nurses' quarters as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The next infraction is on paragraph 744. And Honorable Frank Yeboah will handle that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sebi, you're also Assembly, you're welcome. And my advice to the team from Zoomlion Ghana is that I'm asking not to let my question generate another controversy like it did in the case of Joaboso. So if you are invited to come in, please be guided so that you don't generate another controversy. Thank you very much. Sebi, you enter into an agreement with Zoomlion Ghana for the supply and maintenance of refuse containers and trucks. Auditors have reported that 5 refuse containers and 2 refuse trucks were not supplied at the time of the audit. And also 9 containers were damaged. But at the time of the audit, Zoomlion hadn't repaired them. You have a contract with Zoomlion, and clause 3D of that contract stipulates that if any of the containers are damaged or any of the trucks are broken down, you go to Zoomlion for the problems to be fixed. Why are you not invoking that clause in the contract or the agreement? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Zoomlion, we've had several discussions with them. So, as part of invoking the said clause, we refused the payment of the second quarter. When we did that, they finally supplied 6 out of the 9 skip containers. That record is available.
Finance officer, the payment was withheld, but later on, I'm sure it was paid. Yes. Was it any form of deduction or refund? Because the work wasn't done. So if the payment was delayed or whatever, the bottom line is that you still pay. And if it has been paid, was it any form of deduction before the final payment was made?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. please, you have just drawn my attention to that because they still have an outstanding certificate with us. So maybe going forward, we can look at that.
So you're going forward here means that you're going to deduct the previous one from the existing outstanding.
Yes.
Is that the case?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I think that it must be put on record that they are going to deduct the previous work that was not done from the current existing payment. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm done. Thank you.
So, Zoomlion, do you have a comment?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, we have supplied 6 new containers to now have 11 containers based on the contract. So we have supplied all the containers that are required per contract. Additionally, we have supplied 1 zonal truck to serve as a backup for the delivery of the service based on the contract. Thank you.
All right. Assembly, you can confirm that, right?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
All right. This is Shefi also, right?
Yes, Honorable Chair, please, yes, there's a clarification to that. What we are talking about is in the previous contract.
Yes.
So these current 11 containers they are talking about is what they are supposed to provide under the new contract. So this one was not done. It's something that they refused to do previously. So if you have 11 now, it's not about the previous contract. This is a new thing they are talking about. Currently, they are operating very well, but previously, what they were supposed to do is what we are talking about over here.
I would suggest you read the new contract very well and ask yourself how you are going to assess their performance.
Thank you,
At first, we were using the number of containers and trucks to assess their performance. Isn't that so? Now, the new contract does not specify the equipment they are supposed, the number of trucks or whatever they are supposed to use. The question to you, the assemblies who have signed the contract, how are you going to assess their performance? Think about it.
Yes, sir.
You are discharged.
Thank you, sir.
Now let's call Seshi Akontombra. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Richmond Anson Boateng, the Finance Officer.
Honorable Chair, my name is Apia Joseph, the District Chief Executive.
Honorable Chair, my name is Lati Charles Christian, the Coordinating Director.
Okay, just to find out, Juaboso District, are you back, Juaboso, with the information that we needed?
Honorable Chair, I'm told they had the bulky document and they are taking the one you asked for. So they are working on it.
They are going through it?
Yes, sir. I think they elected the clerk of this committee.
They elected the clerk?
Yeah, they elected him.
But I'm sure they have had information that they were coming to Public Accounts Committee. Anyway, when they come, I'll ask them. When they found out, and why couldn't they do that at home before coming? Anyway, Seshria Kontombra, your first infraction is on paragraph 595, and Honorable Akwesi Kunedu will handle that one.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, this infraction has to do again with insufficient revenue collection by 2 of their revenue collectors. So again, I would want to ask, you paid them more.
Please
than
hold
they
on now.
collected.
Our regional minister is here to join us. This morning we paid a courtesy call on him, and he said he would pass by. So our regional minister is here. Yeah. Honorable Minister, you are welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Chair, the infraction has to do with insufficient revenue collection. And as I said, once again, they paid more to the revenue collectors than they collected in terms of revenue and remuneration. So what measures have you put in place such that these infractions will not happen again? Are they now collecting more than they are receiving? And are these individuals also mechanized revenue collectors, or they were commissioned revenue collectors?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, these two officers are mechanized staff of the Assembly, Kwesi Joseph and Juliet Ebio. Initially, we had not given them targets. That is what I came to meet. So when immediately I came, I gave them targets to meet by the instruction of the Honorable DC. Now, you realize that Juliet had a problem. Juliet is the revenue superintendent, and she serves demand notices. Now, the demand notice, when they are served, some pay into the accounts office directly, and others pay directly into the accounts of the Assembly, IGF accounts of the Assembly. So these monies that are paid to the account directly and into the accounts office are not credited to Juliet. We're not credited to Juliet, as it were. And that is why Juliet made that shortfall because she's a most hardworking revenue officer at the Assembly. Now, going forward, what we have done is that we are giving them targets now. And since the target was given to them, they've started doing very, very well. In fact, our revenues, in fact, the IGS have gone up from 2025. Thank you, sir.
Say, as simple as I may take your answer, but your answer is in at variance with what you are saying. You said Juliet is the most hardworking, and part of her revenue that were collected were paid into an account which was not reflected in her name, and that made her get the shortfall. So that obviously cannot suffice for not getting a target, and that was why she was not meeting. If there was a challenge, you may have resolved that, but that obviously cannot, although you did not give them target, and that could have been one of the main reasons why. But in any case, however, once you've done that, I think that will suffice, and you must make sure that you do proper reconciliation and on regular basis, such that some of these individuals, you know when they are going up or coming down and the reasons why those things happen. But however, did you make this evidence you are telling us that some of these monies were paid into some account available to the auditors, such that in their analysis and in their computation and in their recommendation, that would have been factored in? Because once you made the reasons that you are giving to us now available to them, I'm sure the computations and the recommendation would have been different. So did you make these observations that you had, or these evidence you had, available to the auditors when they came?
Honorable Chair, no. In fact, we realized it after we did a thorough work, when we saw it that, oh, Juliet is doing well, but we are not seeing it reflecting in the GCRs that she has. And so I went into the account and I saw that, oh, some companies are paying into the account directly. And that is why, so that is where we realized that shortfall. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
You're welcome, Chairman. I think remedial actions have been taken, and therefore we can go ahead.
Okay, the next infraction is on paragraph 614, and Honorable Shirley Che will take care of that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is to do with unpresented value books. So, Seshia Kontavara, we noticed that you had some GCR booklets that had a value of 20,400 Ghana cedis that you had not presented. So I would like to ask the current update on the books. What have you done with those outstanding booklets?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As of today, we have already submitted those GCRs to the auditors, and they have been verified and reconciled. I'm saying that, yes, I'm saying that the GCRs have been submitted to the auditors, they verified it, and they reconciled it to the account, yes.
Auditors, can you please confirm this?
Yes, Honorable Chair, the GCRs have been presented and verified.
Thank you very much.
The next infraction is on paragraph 626. And Honorable N.S. Yao Enim would take care of that.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary Akontomra, this infraction has to do with unearned salaries to the tune of 139,710. And according to the auditors, 3 of your staff were seconded for a period of almost between 2022 and 2024. Officers in question, I think you know. The auditor's recommendation was that you recover this amount of unearned salary. Are you able to provide any updates on what steps the Assembly has taken from the date of the audit to now on these 3 people in question?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we have not recovered the amount as stated in the Auditor General's report. However, the management wrote letters to these officers who were cited in the report, as well as writing to the institutions in which they are in now. As of now, we've not heard anything from them. We also asked IOCO to investigate, of which they have started investigating the matter. I would state that one of the officers whom I learned resigned is now with the Parliament House as an account officer. We wrote to him. He did not respond. We also wrote to the Clerk of Parliament. We've not received any response yet. The other officer who is at Bibiani Ariansu Bekwai was also written, and he has also not responded yet. But the issue is now with IOCO, and they are investigating the matter. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
This is here for me to find out from them what actually the issue is. But then you mentioned, you alluded to one of them who works currently with Parliament. And do you have his responses? Have you contacted him personally?
Honorable Chair, I did on several occasions. He never responded to me. And he has not also officially written to the Assembly.
How did you communicate to him?
Honorable Chair, when I came, I realized that my predecessor had written to him officially.
Do you have a copy of the letter?
Yes,
here?
please. We have it
Has this been given to the auditors?
The auditors were given a copy.
The auditors, can you confirm if you have a copy of this?
Yes, they provided those letters to us.
Okay. Mr. Chair, under the circumstance, I think I would defer to you, and the necessary action can be taken. Yeah.
Now let's go to...
Chair, if you may indulge me. Say, did you show evidence to the auditors that he was actually paid for that period that is said that he separated in terms of vacation of post? He vacated post in January 2023. Can you say with certainty and evidence that he was actually paid for the period under contention we talk about? Or is it that because he was not at post, there is a presumption that he was paid, because he says he works in Parliament. And we have an occasion to know that he also says that he was not paid for that period that he was, because he was seconded to a member of Parliament. And when he got there, he was not paid for that period. That is why this matter is an issue now. So can you say with certainty and evidence that he was paid for the period under contention?
Honorable Chair, I can't say for certainty, but I believe there are reports, and I think validation reports, of which indicates that he was validated.
And for the period of January 2023 that he left post, and for 3 months that he was not reporting to work, and he was still being validated by who? Was he the person validating himself for the period, or who was validating him? Because he cannot validate himself. And you say the person has vacated post. At least if it's for a period of 2 months that you validate that person, fair deal. But after 3 months, you keep validating that person. Don't you think the person who was validating should also somehow be held responsible for negligence and not doing his job? Because you cannot also prove it with certainty that he was paid, but you are talking to validation reports.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I was not there at that time, but I believe that he was validated by my predecessors.
Wait, don't say believe. You see, we are at a table where we want to deal with evidence, just as you showed a letter to the auditors that we wrote to him. You can't say to us that you believe. We cannot take your word of belief to be the fact. You must be certain and provide evidence to that. Because you see, you want to get to the bottom of these matters. It is not just to say you believe and therefore we go on those standards. Can you say with certainty that based on the validation, and do you have copies of that validating reports here, that based on that the person was paid? Do you have copies of the validating reports?
Honorable Chair, I don't have the copies of the reports with me here.
Did you cite copies of the validation reports?
Honorable Chair, yes, I did.
Can you make copies of that validation reports to us?
Honorable Chair, when I get back to Sexual Control, I will do that and submit it to the House.
Okay, Chairman, we would wait on the copies of the validation report to also be certain that the person was actually paid for it.
Okay, the next infraction is on paragraph 639, and Honorable Gape will take care of that one.
Thank you, Secretary Akontomra. This matter is just simple. Auditors have revealed that your purchase of fuel, the cost of fuel purchase was 39,595 Ghana cedis, and you failed to account for it. No documentary evidence. What is the status with regards to this?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. Evidence have been given to the auditors, and they have looked at it.
Mr. Chair.
You said?
Mr. Chair, on the issue we just passed before Honorable Gape came, I feel something is not right.
What is not right?
The gentleman submitted that the fellow now works in Parliament. And here's the case. They've made an argument that they've written to the person, and the person has not responded. And written to the clerk of Parliament, but no response. I feel these are heavy issues, and we need to know who those that are involved and whether these are true, that this committee can follow and double check, because that's Sefia Contemporary, right? We have Nicholas Atta,
main clerk in Parliament, and find out. Advisor the main clerk in Parliament and find out. Advisor the clerk, if this is true, we'll get with the auditors on it. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so now we studied that. Still go back to my question. You say you have accounted. So when was the returns given to the auditors?
I'm sure I don't have the date now, but I think it was. I'm sure I don't have the date now, but I think it was in October.
Not that you think, oh, we want certainty here. So, please.
Honorable Chairs, thank you. It was 2nd September 2025.
Auditors, can you please confirm?
So, Honorable Chair, they subsequently updated the logbooks, which we verified on the 15th of October 2025.
So henceforth, please do the needful. We don't want to next year you come with the same. And then north, the western of what is happening, all of you, all assemblies, you are here. Why? What is happening in that area?
I think it's the water. The next infraction is paragraph 651, and Honorable Simon will take care of that one.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mine has to do with tax that you're supposed to deduct out of is 5,367 Ghana cedis for 13 transactions. You're supposed to deduct the tax and pay it on to GRA. Have you done that?
Honorable Chair, yes, we have remitted the tax to GRA.
Auditors, can you confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the full amount has been remitted to the GRA.
Thank you. Chairman, I'm done.
All right, the next infraction is on paragraph 686. And Honorable Ms. Bao will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sefi Akontombra. Per the 2023 DACF guidelines, assemblies are not supposed to spend more than 10% of their DACF allocation on administrative expenditure. But during the year, clearly, that's 2024, you spent in excess of 43.73% on administrative expenditure, clearly showing an excess of 421,761.23 Ghana cedi. Could you possibly? The auditors also recommended that this amount should be refunded from the IGF account to the DACF account. So we want to know whether this refund has been done. And then, what steps have you taken? Because the auditors cited that it's all because of the reason that your IGF, your internal generated funds collection is poor. What are you doing to make sure that in future we don't go back to this situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. With this infraction, we have been able to refund 50,000 of the amount into the DACF account from IGF. However, we, like I mentioned earlier, now our IGF is doing well, and so subsequently we'll continue to do the refunds as and when we get more IGF. Thank you.
Auditors, could you confirm the refund of the 50,000?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we can confirm the refund of 50,000.
Mr. Chair, the excess was 421,761, but the Assembly has refunded 50,000, so I will defer to you.
Only 50,000 out of the 400. What are you using your IGF for?
Honorable Chair, some of our IGF are used for assets. We have assets.
For what?
Assets. We have assets that we used IGF for.
What kind of assets?
Market. We've done a market at Tumuda. Kremokrom market, and some
But
of these.
You see here, money that you are supposed to use for other infrastructure development, you use it as administrative expense. And then you say you are using your IGF to build a market. What kind of story is this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Look, whatever you get on your IGF, pay 25% of it to the DACF account. And auditors will follow up on it. Whatever they give it to you, you spend. Hey, even if they give you 1 billion, you will still. Okay, now let's go to the next one. You see, DACF, 3 transactions. You didn't have PVs for it. Transportation on election. And then 3 transactions from PWD account for goods and services, 14,000. You don't have any account PVs for unsupported payments.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We had PVs on them.
Look.
We had PVs, just that...
I ask you a question, you give me an answer, knowing very well that the answer is wrong. You had the PVs at the time of the audit. No. Say we are recording you and you are being shown live on Facebook and parliamentary TV and so many other channels. So speak. Don't use your head. You had these supporting documents during the audit.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, you mentioned PVs. That is why I said the PV was available at the time of the audit.
At the time of the audit?
Yes, the PV itself, not supporting document. I was saying PV.
But the supporting documents.
Honorable Chair, yes. At the time of the audit, we provided these documents. However, I couldn't understand why it featured in the management letter. So we took back the documents to the auditors for them to have a look at it. Because we have the PWDs, these were payments done for a little boy who had legs problem and stuff like that. So we took it back to the auditors and they were able to verify them for us.
That very day?
No, not that very day.
When?
It was after the Auditor General's report.
So you didn't support these things during the time of the audit or the 30 minutes leeway that you had?
Honorable Chair.
So where was the document? Where were the documents?
The documents were at the time in the office. And Honorable Chair, I was part of the audit. During the audit, I was there all the time. But I realized that this happened. So I went back myself to the auditors. When I saw it, that it's in the Auditor General's report, I was surprised.
Okay, auditors are here. Let me verify from the auditors. Auditors, he claims he gave you the supporting documents, but you still listed them as not providing them.
Honorable Chair, would you leave if the district auditor can speak to the issue?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think that I'm a bit surprised in seeing that the documents were available at the time that we conducted the audit. I don't think that is not a fact because he himself wasn't available. He took over some months after the substantive accountant was there. So he may not be privy to most of the things that the infractions that we raised. So I'm expecting that he even mentions that probably he wasn't there on this particular issue, so that it can be resolved. He wasn't the finance officer as at then. Thank you.
Finance officer, did you hear the auditor?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I heard him.
Were you there at the time of the audit?
I was there at the time of the audit, but with these documents, the transaction had already been done with when I was posted there. That is true. But during the audit, I was there. And they picked it up at observation stage when we provided the supporting document.
That very day?
During the observation stage. So before, because it featured in the management letter also. So we sent this to them. And I was surprised it showed up in the
But didn't you hear the auditor say that you weren't there?
No. I was there. I was not there when the transaction was going on. However, during the audit, I was in a Contomra in October. I was brought to a Contomra in October. These transactions went on in September 25th and December, respectively. So one I was there, one I was not there. But during the audit itself, I was there. When they were conducting the audit, I was there.
Chairman, with respect. Finance officer, are these PVs the original PVs that you submitted to the auditors? Does it bear the mark of the auditors? It bears the mark of the auditors.
Into the microphone. Use the
Afterwards.
microphone.
Honorable Chair, when we realized that it has featured in the Auditor General's report, we took the document back to the auditors to show it to them that, oh, these ones, you've worked on them already, so how come it featured? That is when, the date is 2nd September 2025. That is when we took these documents to them.
2nd September 2025.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
When they had already issued the report. So 2nd September, that's when you found out.
Was, Honorable Chair, please, it was when the Auditor General's report was released, because we didn't know it would feature, honestly. So when it featured, that is when we were caught off guard, and then we had to go back to them and show it to them. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Honorable Chair, please, I would want to make a submission, and that is we issue observations, give them time to respond, then a management letter.
Yes.
Then 30 days is also given. So
yes.
If these issues, which he's saying that we had already worked on, were
yes.
still there, then I believe that we could have even expunged it from the management letter.
Yeah.
Exactly so. Again, I would say that I'm surprised that he keeps saying that we had worked on it. Thank you.
When they gave you a management letter, did you reply to it?
Honorable Chair, yes, we did.
Do you have was it in writing or verbal?
Yes, it was in writing, Honorable Chair.
Do you have a copy of that?
Okay, please, I'll look.
That you addressed these with them? Or you've also forgotten it in your car?
Honorable Chair, I brought the management letters here. So
okay, let's have it. And you give it to the auditors. Okay, let's move on. But you need to find it and give it to the auditors. The next infraction, Sefia Contombra, is on paragraph 705, and Honorable Shirley Che will take care of that one.
Sefia Contombra. Section 3 of the guidelines for utilization of the DACF for 2023 requires that up to 2% of the Assembly's total net DACF receipts after the provision of funds for mandatory projects should be used to establish and strengthen sub-district structures. Secretary Contabra, you failed to allocate your 2% to the account sets aside for such projects. Can you give the committee an update on the payment, if you have done it or otherwise?
Honorable Chair, we have not been able to allocate funds to the substructures as at the time of the audit. We had not done that.
Sorry, can you speak up as of the time?
I am saying that we were not able to allocate funds to substructures like it's been raised here as at the time of the audit. Well, when I spoke to my predecessor about it, what the information I got was that some projects was undertaken at the various areas, and looking at the quantum of money that was used for to construct the project, it suffices with the amount that was supposed to be allocated for the substructures, and that is why, yes, the area council office at Inzara was constructed in Inzara, and is at Inzara area.
Your response
council.
is not forthcoming at all. I don't know if there's a break, and if you can get close to the microphone. Do you want to respond for him? Okay.
He will do it.
Honorable Chair, what I was saying was that we have not been able to allocate funds to substructures like it's being said here. However, I spoke to my predecessor, and the information he gave me was that there is a project, the substructure have gotten an office in Inzara, and when you look at the quantum of money that was voted for that construction, it's well suffices for the allocation of the funds to them. So not directly, we have not allocated funds to them directly. However, there have been structures that have been put in place at the area council office. Thank you.
That's not good enough, because you have guidelines for a reason. And if you want to use the money or expend it the way you are saying, you should follow the guidelines and expend accordingly. So you have records to indicate that you use the money in that way and manner. Since guidelines are not to be flouted, you have to pay the money back into the substructures account. When do you intend to do so?
I would speak with my coordinating director and the DC to take instructions for them. Thank you.
You don't have a choice. Otherwise, you leave the substructure ineffective. Transfer the money out there.
Honorable Chair, thank you. We'll do that from the IGF. When
you sit in your office and you make decisions.
Honorable Chair, can you please give them a timeline?
Or within 30 days, you transfer that money out there.
Honorable Chair, I would want to plead with you to extend the date a bit, because truthfully, our IGF is not as good as...
the auditor wants to come in, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The monies that they are supposed to give to the substructures, it's not about going to put up a burden for them to come and meet. The substructures are there, like the area councils, the zonal councils. They are supposed to do certain things in the area to help the communities. So what happens is that these monies are given to them to facilitate their work. In fact, some of the things that they even do is that they also mobilize resources send the resources to the assemblies and get additional something to enable them perform. So if you deny them of the resources that we are talking about, then you make them, ineffective. So that is what we are talking about. It's not about going to the structure and just ask them to go and sit in. Thank you.
So 30 days, sir. Find the money for the substructure. The next one is on paragraph 721. Honorable Dr. Jassau will handle.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It has to do with abandoned projects. And I think there are about 5 projects in all from the DACF account. Because some of the projects are as high as 92% completed. This delay results in cost overruns, of course. Honorable DC, how come we have this situation? 5 projects have been delayed and abandoned.
It is purely due to non-payment of interim payment certificate. So
sorry, say that again.
Non-payment of certificate.
So even at the time of audit, you couldn't tell them what the reason was. So the reasons for this abandonment were not stated. It's not been stated. You couldn't provide the reasons.
Well, at the time I wasn't around, so, but currently, with regards to
DC, you don't come and sit here and say at the time you weren't around. You inherit both the liabilities and the assets. You were not around, but since you came, what have you done about it? And that is why you are here.
Exactly what I'm about to say.
So don't start with, at the time I wasn't around.
Okay, thank you for your guidance. But with regards to that of Choli, you are mentioning of about 90-something%, it has been completed now. Choli, everything is done. Then with regards to the shed, the chip compound at shed, it has been commissioned, handed over to Ghana Health Service, and now they are there right now. Then that of 3-unit classroom, that of the teachers' quarters at Bonwe done, the area council done. So we are almost on course. Almost.
I'm sorry, so let's take it again. You said the chips compound
at shed.
Shed.
Completed and handed over.
Okay.
Choli completed and about to be handed over to the
Choli is what project? What kind
3-unit classroom.
Okay.
And there was another one at Akak Room. It's almost about 90% completed, 90-95%. They are up to the painting and sealing.
So Honorable, the specific projects are construction of chips compound. It doesn't say where, but to raise boat company limited is the contract.
That is shed.
That's the shed. It's
Shed.
complete now.
Completed, yes.
And handed over.
And handed over.
Is it in use?
Yes.
Okay. Then we have construction of 3-story at Sifi Akontombra, phase 1.
Phase 1. That one is problematic as it stands now, because that project was, I think, grant to the MP's common fund, the former MP. They decided to do 3-story, pay 1 million Ghana cedis for the flow. The money has been utilized, but the works done is not up to date. So we've also written to, I personally wrote to Yoko to do the investigation for us. So that is on that. I think even this year the auditors picked it. There are some defect with regards to the 3-unit.
Honorable, please take your time.
Okay.
This is saying that the project is a 3-story at Sefia Contombra phase 1.
Exactly.
Awarded to Tony Machineries.
Exactly.
And then it's 92.4% complete.
For the first phase.
Yes, of course.
And I'm saying that currently.
And the funding source is District Assembly Common Fund.
Common Fund.
Yes.
District Assembly Common Fund, that of the MP's labor account, not the mainstream Common Fund.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that currently,
But you mentioned that there were grants, that some grants, it was coming from some grants. What did you want to say?
Well,
you mentioned grants, so I was excited to hear about this.
Well, I withdraw that one, but
so if you are contemporary story of grants,
I withdraw that one.
Yes,
I withdraw that one. But what I mean to say is that the auditors have raised issues about it, that the money was paid in full, but the project is not completed. The first phase is not completed. So we also, when I came in, and if we raised issues of defect with regards to that project, so we wrote to Yoko to do proper investigation and audit about that particular project. So that one we can't continue until we are finalized.
Doctor, 1 minute, please.
Sure.
Sir, if there are defects on the building and it's 92.4% complete per what you call the phase 1, and the total cost is $1,924,000 Ghana cedis has been paid, won't you rather let the contractor fix the defects and bring it up to speed, but rather you want to delay the contracts, take it to Yoko for any economic crime committed, as you put in it, and then as you delay, the cost of completion increases?
Madam, you see, the money source comes from the MP's labor account. And you know, there was a change of, the MP was voted out, a new MP came, and you can't say the MP should continue with that project because he also raises questions.
Respectfully, let me ask you, is that building the MP's personal building?
No.
Is it in the MP's compound?
No.
Private compound?
No.
Is it not for the assembly?
Yes.
Was the MP not going to deliver it to the community for community use?
Yes.
So, Your Excellency, Honorable DC, Honorable MC, I don't understand.
You should understand because you know...
You cannot tell me I should understand this.
Please, with all due respect, if you...
Hold on. Please, listen. The MP has completed to 92.4%. You claim an old MP has gone, the new MP, so you do not want to touch, well, it's the MP's priority whether to continue with it or not. But then, it is a property of the assembly. It is not the MP's personal property. So that when you come and there are issues, you rather rectify the issues and complete the project. But rather you say you've written to Yoko because when the auditors came, the auditors said the building is not up to speed, there are structural defects. When there are structural defects, is it Yoko that you take to? I was thinking that even if there are structural defects, you take it to ESL, AESL.
Please, what I'm saying is that you award the first phase of a project costing 1 million Ghana cedis. The total amount has been paid. That you need to see that the whole project has been completed. The contractor did not complete the project.
Sir, respectfully, that is not what the report is saying. It's like you are prejudiced against the MP. The report here says 1 million is the cost, and 924,000 has been paid, and not the 1 million. And the process is 92.4% complete. This is not a building on the private compound of the former MP. This is a building to be used by the community to serve the community's interest, so that when you come and there are structural defects, respectfully, you work to make sure you correct the structural defects. This is 92.4% complete. Why do we do this to ourselves?
Please.
See, we are not here for politics. We are here in the interest of the nation. The former MP has spent some money, public funds, to start a project. They haven't completed the project. And you come in, you notice, you claim there are structural defects. What do you do? Because these are public funds. We are here to protect public funds. It is not Party A that built it, so I don't want to have anything to do with it. Rather, I will send it to Yoko for Yoko to come in because there are structural defects, and that will translate into some economic liability. So then rather, let me delay, send it to Yoko, and then increase the cost of completion at the end of the day. And it's at whose expense? The public person's expense. Honorable Your Excellency, MC, whoever you are, please, let's put our personal political sentiments aside and look at the interest of the nation here. Please, respectfully.
Please, the issue you are raising, the auditors are saying that the whole 1 million, because there's a retention aspect of it. So
do you have a copy of the reports, please?
If you can.
If you have, can you please read what the auditors said in the report for all of us to hear?
What I have here is the current status. So if
it is not what you have here. Do you have a copy of this report that we are speaking to?
No, I don't have.
You are the MCDC. You have come here to answer infractions.
I don't have it here.
Listen to me, please. You have come here to answer infractions on the Auditor General's report on the management and utilization of the District Assembly Common Fund. And you say you don't have a copy of the report that, based on which we are asking you the questions, you don't have a copy of that report.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Madam, I want to come in and plead with you that clearly and procedurally, I think that the project must be completed and put to good use. If there are defects, you engage the consultant and you engage the contractor and you find out what can be done before you trigger a YOKO among the other institutions. Because with the narrative, it looks as though we want to find a fault where there may be none. And as Madam Chairperson is saying, even if you are unable to get the commitment of the current MP in terms of using his allocation to be able to complete it, we've made allocation of 20% legacy fund. Looking at the rate at which the completion is 92.4, it means that just a little commitment from the assembly would be able to complete the facility and open it to good use. So I will suggest that you take a good look at the report again, engage the consultant, engage the contractor, and revise the modus with which you are approaching the project. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Regional Minister. But it's unfortunate that you come here and you don't even have a copy of the reports we are speaking to. It's very, very unfortunate that you come here, you are coming to answer to queries in a report that you have been cited in, and you're telling me you don't have a copy of this report.
Madam Chair, I don't think...
Respectfully, you can go onto the Auditor General's or the Audit Service website. They are online. I want you to pull it and look at exactly what you have been cited for. Not a piece of paper in front of you, but the actual report, so that we can be on the same page and you can speak to it.
Madam Chair, with respect, say, did you say the auditors raised concern of defect of the building?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of the report that the auditors gave to you? Have you cited that in writing by the auditors?
In fact,
it's a yes or no answer.
I even said current audit.
No, please, you see, don't go on current audit, because you know why. If you leave a property sitting for more than 4 months, 6 months, there would obviously be cracks in them. Go and look at buildings that even people are living in. Weeds have grown on the ceilings because people don't take care of it. You have a project that was supposed to have been completed in 2024. For the whole of 2025, you told us categorically that because there is a new MP, his priority, and even in your words, must not be that he must complete that. And you are telling us that the current report of 2025 or 2026 is telling us that there is defect in it. You are telling that the auditor says so. The auditor says that phase 1, by the works that they've seen, is 92% complete, left with 8% to be completed. And it's not been done. We are asking, and they said there is defect, and there's no defect in it.
Please, will you allow me to talk? Please, with all due respect.
Talk. No, Chairman, let's give him an opportunity to talk.
What I am saying is that they awarded the project for 1 million Ghana cedis. The amount has been paid, living retention. The contractor has not done it up to the 100%. So, please, so we when I came, we contacted a contractor. And the contract, there are a whole lot of issues surrounding that particular product. The contractor said it categorically that he's not coming back to complete the project. So that made us write those letters. So if you can, because if the money has been paid, we don't want to commit another money into the phase one. That is where
with respect, madam, you see, you are complicating your matter. It says it's on the basis that the contractor says it's not coming. That is why you wrote to Yoko. Initially, you told us that because the auditor said there were defects in it, that's why you wrote to Yoko.
No.
And now wait, that's what you said. You see, that is why all these mics are here and we are recording. And secondly, you said there is left with retention, and that is that is just about how many percent of it? If you do the calculation, that is just about 70,000 that is remaining, that is unpaid. And because of the 70,000, and that is retention, you are saying the contractor says it's not coming, and there are so many things in. Tell us there's so many things. Because my presumption of what you term as so many things, I ought that is not what you are going to say. So tell us there's so many things why the contractor says it's not coming back.
The contractor said he was given a project at the Akontomra to construct an AstroTurf. That contract was not signed. The MP committed him to be doing that.
Saying that a lot. Look, we are not talking about an AstroTurf. We are talking about the completion of number 1 story at Akontomra phase 1.
I'm telling you, there's so many things.
So don't say there's so many. In respect of this project, what is the problem?
The problem is that the contractor says he's not coming back. That is what he told that Tony Machinery. When I engaged him, he said he's not coming back.
In your view, would the retention be able to complete the project?
No, because the project is sinking.
The project is sinking?
It's sinking, yeah. It can't complete. The 70,000 cannot complete it.
The project is sinking?
Yes.
And who gave you that report that the project is sinking?
In fact, we've all been there. I have been there myself.
No.
The engineer, Paul, we all went there, and you see some areas, the project is sinking.
Is there a consultant on the project?
No, the district assembly was the consultant to the project.
And you are saying the project is sinking?
Yes.
You have documentary evidence that you can tender in that the project is sinking, or because you went there to have a site
not readily available here, but it could be in our works.
You see?
MC, please, these are all public money. Let's exercise restraint and then do the right thing. So, yes.
Well, please, where are you coming?
Yeah, Frank, just 1 second. Let me set this boundary so that we can make progress.
Because it's technical. I understand what he's doing. That's why I want to ask.
All right, please go ahead, Frank.
Thank you very much, Doc. So, where is the source? What is the source of fund for the project?
Please, the source of fund is due to the Assembly Common Fund,
which comes into your accounts, right?
Yes, sir.
And how do you pay the contractor?
The contractor raises certificate. Then a committee goes around to verify the works done.
So you verified before paying. Was the MP part of the group, the verification team?
No.
So why are you not attributing everything to the MP? Because Assembly is responsible for the verification before payment is made.
Yes.
So if you fail in doing that, why are you attributing it to the MP, the former MP? It's the Assembly.
Please, payment has been made.
No, who made the payment?
The Assembly.
So if the Assembly made the payment and the former MP wasn't part of those who made the payment, why are you saying that MP is? Why are you claiming that MP has done something wrong? It's the Assembly. You have engineers. If the building is not standard, the consultant on the project verified the certificate before it was paid. That's how we do procurement. The contractor will bring a certificate. The Assembly will sit with the consultant to verify whether or not the work has been done and it's done properly before payment is made. You waited for about a year or two, and you're not telling us that there are defects on the project. When your consultant approved the payment to be made, and the payment has been made, So why are you saying that?
So, Honorable DC, hold on. MC, right? DC. Okay, so I think we have to make progress. And what I just want to find out is, this amount was paid before you became MC. Is that correct? DC?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as of that time, the first phase was 92% complete. as you have assessed the documents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what do you want to do with that building going forward?
Currently, we don't have an engineer. Engineer has been transferred. So since he was the one that supervised it, we want to have the new engineer to assess the whole facility. Then we'll look at management will meet and take a decision on it.
Okay. Okay. So I think that we don't want 1 million cedis of public funds to go waste. And so what I will recommend for the chair to rule on is that you can go ahead and do, well, you've written to Yoko. Have they responded to you?
Yes, they came around and left. They've not come out with the final report.
Okay. So did you draw the auditor's attention to this development?
In fact, that is what I was saying. The auditor themselves have even picked it. This 2025, they themselves picked it.
They've picked it?
Yes.
Okay. So it will come in next year's report?
Exactly.
Okay. So maybe you should follow up on Yoko and get their reports and then see how you can commission some technical assessment of the building so that you can absorb it as a legacy project. That's what my recommendation will be, so that this money doesn't go waste.
Thank you very much.
All right. DC, sometimes some of us know more than we say. Keep this one at the back of your head.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Sometimes some of us know more about what is going on at the district than we say. This over 900,000 CD project, you will just leave it and let it go to waste?
No, Honorable Chair.
So why haven't you done anything about it the last few months that you've been in office?
Honorable Chair, we had so many of the legacy projects. So we're looking
this particular one is 92.4%. You know, the amount is 1 million Ghana cedis. And they have paid 924,000. Think about it.
Thank you.
The next infraction is on paragraph 736, and Honorable Ms. Bao will handle that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. "43 transactions amounting to 42,076 Ghana cedi in respect of fuel was not accounted for by way of recording in the logbooks and receipts. For this reason, the auditors are not able or were not able to validate whether the expenditure was made appropriately. And hence, they have recommended that the district coordinating director and the finance officer be made to refund the said amount. Please, has the monies been refunded?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Please, the monies have not been refunded yet. However, we've made entries into the logbooks and provided the various receipts, and the auditors have verified them. Thank you, sir.
Auditors, please, have they submitted these documents to you?
Yes, Honorable Chair, they updated the logbooks and then presented them for our verification. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, the recommendation was clear. They recommended that the said amount should be refunded by the district coordinating director and the finance officer. However, they've done something different, so I would want to defer that to you.
So before that, I wanted to know, were you part of the exit meeting?
Honorable Chair, yes, I was. Yes, I was.
And then you are privy to the management letter issued?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I was.
For 2 weeks plus another 30 days. almost, let's say, 6 weeks or 7 weeks. You were not able to actually, give them the necessary documentation. When was the last time this documentation was given to the auditor?
Honorable Chair, I believe it was in October. However, you know, these fuels that we gave out, some of the institutions that we gave the fuel to were not assembly institutions. Some were given to police, military. It was for election task force. And it will be very difficult for us to get them into our logbooks. And that is why it happened. That is why the infraction. Because
so have you explained this to the auditors?
yes.
And then the receipt would have been signed by those who took the money. Have they signed the receipt?
No, we didn't give them monies. We have a fuel where they can go for the fuel. And then we will go for the receipt and attach it to the various documents with the car numbers.
Did you do that? The receipts have car numbers?
Yes, yes.
So those car numbers show clearly that they are not assembly's car?
Yes, yes.
And you have mentioned this to the auditors?
Oh, yes, we did that. We mentioned it to the auditors. They even saw, but the issue is that some of our vehicles also were cited in the infraction.
Sir, I just want to find out from you. So I can just go to the fuel station because I'm in the category of, and then the attendant or the reports will come to you that this military group went in for fuel to the tune of this. Don't they sign against the amount they take from the fuel station? Auditors, did you see anything like that, a signed amount? At least, if I'm supposed to go in for fuel, I can just get up and go in there and take the fuel without signing to authenticate that I have taken this quantum of fuel. There's nothing like that.
Honorable Chair, this was for election tax.
I know it was for election. Was there something like that? Yes. No.
No, I don't think there was something like that.
Were you there?
Yes.
So how do you ascertain whether somebody taking the fuel? How do you ascertain that?
So, at the end of the day, those that went to buy the fuel brings us the receipt for us to attach.
So they go and do you know that, for instance, if you send me to go and buy fuel, I go to the filling station. Maybe I bought fuel, let's say 100, and then they bring you 500 Ghana receipt. How do you ascertain that it's 500? Without my signal, how do you ascertain that it's the vehicle actually? That vehicle was fuel at amounting to the cost of 500 Ghana cedis.
Honorable Chair, it was the election task force team. There's somebody.
We know it's election. Don't be mentioning election task force. We know that is it. Just go straight to the point and answer.
No, somebody was given that mandate to ensure that fuels that are allocated for the various departments are given to them. And so somebody was there that will say, okay, give this amount of fuel to this vehicle, this amount of fuel to this vehicle. But they didn't sign anything, I'm sure.
So were the vehicles your vehicles, or they were vehicles from the various institutions? Say the police, army, they all had their own vehicles?
They were the vehicles from various institutions.
As far as I know, in the 2024 elections too, monies were given to these institutions to fuel their vehicles for elections. So for you to also come and sit here and say that you gave monies to the police, the army, and they did not even sign off when they went for this fuel, because I was at the Ministry of Finance, so I know what I'm talking about.
Honorable Chair, I am not bantering that, but really, the district had an election task force that was formed by DISEC, and allocations were made for fuel for these security or departments in within the assembly who were part of the election task force. Thank you, sir.
And they went in for the fuel without any signing off, just that they have been allocated 6,000, so they go and take to the tune of 6,000, and that's it. That's not proper accountability. I hope moving forward, you will not be cited for these infractions because these explanations are not, they are not right. And it is okay for you to come, sit here and explain and go away. But it is not okay for your image and your integrity.
So I want to find out from, apart from this security, the election transfer, during the electioneering activities, were your vehicles also cited for this infraction?
Yes, I mentioned it earlier that our vehicles were cited for this.
So why are you bothering us as if it's only the security people whose car were? Why are you behaving as if, your cars were not parts? It's only the security agency. Do the needful, and you are under oath. Do the needful.
You earlier told us that you have evidence that some supporting documents were given to the auditors. And you said when you replied to the management letter, it was included in it. Have you found that report yet?
Honorable Chair, for the PWDs, the 14,000 that you spoke about is here in the management letter.
We're talking about unsupported documents that you claimed you gave to the auditors. And then when you replied to the management letter, you wrote in it that you have those and you gave that to the auditors. The document that you have you found it? The document that you were looking for, have you found it?
Yes, Honorable Chair, please, with the greatest of respect, I am not doing this to do anything against the other, but then
Why are you suspicious about anything?
Yes.
You said you had the doc.
Yes.
Have you found it?
Yes, this is the management letter that was given to us.
Yes. And your reply to it?
Yes, I'm getting because I'm being interviewed, I'm getting the responses that we gave to them. However, sorry. Yes, that's the PWD issue. And they said we should provide
Do you have the supporting documents there?
No. Do you have the letter that you wrote? The responses to the management letter?
No.
I thought you were looking for it 2 or 3 questions ago.
Yes, I had the management letter. I'm now looking for the response. If it's here, I will get it.
Look, let me give you this encouragement. If you don't find it, you are not leaving here today. You will stand at the corner and look for it until you find it. If not, we are closing with you. Let's go to the next infraction. It's on paragraph 744.
Yes.
And Honorable Frankie Eboa will take care of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this MC.
Honorable.
And I'm still coming back to Zoomlion. Your outfit had an agreement with Zoomlion Ghana for the supply and maintenance of refuse containers and refuse truck. According to the audit report, 5 of these containers were damaged, and 1 refuse truck was also broken down. But you failed to invoke clause 3D of the agreement to call on Zoomlion to repair the 5 damaged refuse containers and the truck for you, depriving the people of Akontombra the use of these items. What's your explanation? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, when I assumed office, I got to know of this information. So their second quarter payment was withheld, that till they provide those containers, I'm not going to honor the payment. And up to date, I haven't done that, and they've provided those containers. And with the car, I think there is a zonal one at Jabo, so they used to come to Akontoma. So I called on the regional director to come so that we'll sit down and talk about the issues going forward. So we are yet to do that.
You like sitting down to talk when it comes to other things, but I couldn't sit down to look at the building that is 92% complete. You rush to Yoko. Why? Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'm done. I'm done.
Zoomlion, do you have a comment?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, we have supplied 4 new containers to make 9 containers required in all the district allocated container sites as per the contract. We have also supplied 1 new zonal truck to conduct the service. Thank you.
Zoomlion, just a quick follow-up. I would like to find out from you the 4 containers that you say you have replaced. When were they delivered to the assembly?
Honorable Chair, October last year, they were delivered.
All right. Sophia Kotombra, there were some taxes. Failure to deduct and remit taxes. What has happened to it now?
Honorable Chair, all the taxes have been remitted to the GRA.
Okay. Auditors, could you confirm, please?
Yes, Honorable Chair, confirmed.
All right. It's interesting that Seshua Kontombra, you wrote to Ioko. Maybe we need to call Ioko as a committee. Have you found the information that you said you had? I could make it easy for you just to ask you to refund the money out of your pocket. And then we don't have to be waiting for all these things. I could make it easy for you. Take your poison.
Honorable Chair, with the greatest of regret, I would want to...
Speak into the mic.
I would want to apologize for the wasting of your time and all these things. In fact, these infractions were committed by us at the time. However, we provided the supporting document, and it featured in the management letter. And also, we gave it to the auditors, and they verified. So that is
the question is, what is your proof? No.
He wants to know that it wasn't provided on time.
Yes.
Just accepted that the list.
It wasn't provided on time. But
Okay, you know what? You are discharged pending the information that you're going to give us. So we are waiting. And we are also waiting on Joaboso. Yes. Thank you.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I would want to come in to sincerely apologize on behalf of my colleague, Finance Officer. If you could give us some more time to look for the document so that we can produce it to the committee.
What do you mean by more time? Didn't you hear him this morning that he said he had the documents over there? It was between him and the auditors. The auditors, you heard them say that they didn't have these documents at the time of the audit. He said he had it, about it. It was in the management letter. And when he replied to the management letter, he had it all over there. Imagine if we didn't have auditors to be auditing the ministries, departments, and agencies. Goodness, we'll all be like fish in the ocean. So you are discharged until he finds it. Thank you very much. At this time, it's 2:43. We are taking a health break for 30 minutes, and we'll be back to continue. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the chair.
I am rooted in more than walls and shelves. Like the smallest leaf and the tallest tree, I breathe with the earth. I draw inspiration from plants that cleanse the air, enrich the soul, and keep life in balance. Their harmony with nature is my blueprint. As cities grow and technology surges, the world asks, can progress and sustainability truly coexist? I am the answer to that question. I am the Parliamentary Green Library, built not only to store knowledge, but to embody responsibility. My walls are formed from eco-friendly materials. My heart runs on energy efficiency. My spirit lives by a paper-light philosophy. Inside me, tradition and innovation meet books, sharing space with